Hello, hello, hello. I'm here with some Fatal Frame. Uh, yeah, this was completely unplanned. I wasn't sure I was gonna do this until I woke up this morning and had dropped Logan off at work. So, we're kinda here. I hadn't played Fatal Frame in a hot minute, and I needed to redo this for the channel. And I figured might as well just stream through all of it. It's a short enough game. It's only like 3 hours, which is typical for one of my streams. 3 to 4 hours. Excuse me. Forgot Pop-Tart. I hope. We're here with some Fatal Frame. This is going to be pretty casual. This is through emulation, so there might be a handful of glitches here and there. Unfortunately, I just could not get my PS3 to cooperate, my Elgato. So, hey-o. From what I've heard, the emulation has more or less been fixed, although sometimes, like, certain ghosts might not become visible, which should be fun. We'll have to see how that turns out. But, let's go ahead and get started. I don't think there's any game options we need to look at. Type A, vibration, sure. Stereo volume. That's all good. Alright.
I wonder how long it's been since my brother and I began to see things other people can't see. My big brother, he was so sweet and kind. He was the only one I could open up to about these visions. After our mother died, he was my only family.
So this is Himuro Mansion.
My brother was in search of someone.
Jinsei Takamine.
Jinsei Takamine, a famous novelist, and a man my brother was very indebted to, disappeared while researching a book. When he told me that he got a lead on Mr. Takamine's whereabouts, I felt uneasy, like he was going far away.
Himuro Intro. Or the tutorial.
The forbidden rituals of this area. It looks like Mr. Takamine was doing research into them. I wonder if his group is still here.
I wonder too, Mafoya. Type 14 film. And we got the camera controls. While holding the camera, press the circle button to take a shooting stance and to enter Finder mode. You take photos with the X or R1 button while in Finder mode. While in Finder mode, you can control the player's viewpoint with the left analog stick. The square button, you can move the Finder quickly, and with the triangle button, you can turn around, i.e. do a 180. Use the right analog stick to move around while in shooting stance. Which basically means, right analog stick, you can move around, albeit a bit slowly. Yeah, you're right. Huh. Yeah, if you hold square, that's faster. Interesting. I don't know if I knew that. Triangle makes you turn around completely. And so on. Alright, we gotta look for Takamine and his group. Of course, we have our save slots, which are right here. Saving. You have album. If you take any photos, they'll show up here. And then you have film, which if you have less than 30 film, will let you have at least 30 Type 14 film, I believe. Rope Hallway Man. Alright. Then we should have guy at the top here. Hold on. That guy. There I am. Up the staircase. And then we get our first fight.
This notebook, it's Mr. Takamine's. That was Mr. Takamine. So he did come here.
So he did come here. Shooting ghosts. Hold up the camera with the circle button and press the shutter with the X button to attack ghosts. When the target is inside the circle power, mystical power accumulates. The damage you inflict on the ghost goes up as you accumulate more power in the camera. While you have the ghost in your viewfinder and the circle glows, take a shot. And inflict heavy damage when you take a shot during a shutterbug moment. This is called a zero shot. Yep. So when it lights up orange, you do extra damage because it's called a zero shot. Granted, I don't know if I actually got the zero shot. Sometimes it can be finicky.
With this camera has the power to expose things the normal eye can't see. I remember the incident from which I learned of its unique power to capture ghosts.
If I remember right, there's like a ghost in here, like above the revolver. Yeah. So that is one of the optional ghosts. Basically, you get that for extra XP. So throughout which it's still locked until we fight Ogata the first time, I think. You can level up your camera, essentially. And that's all that is used for. Essentially, if it's a ghost that randomly pops up, the door to the entrance is open. I'm not sure, but I'm sure it was just closed a while ago. Come on, quit getting clipped on the door. Yeah, if they pop up for like 2 seconds and then disappear, or they appear in random spots like that, they are just there for bonus experience points. Fade to white.
It's been 2 weeks since I last heard from my brother. But he left a note that led me to this place. I felt as though something was calling me here. Mafuyu.
The strangling ritual, first night. Indeed.
My brother was here. What is this place?
Can't remember what her name is.
Did someone just...
I think it's called like pointing ghost in some of the shots that are taken. I'm going to fix something real quick, and that something is going to be the weird ratio that is currently displaying. Stand by. We will set the tree here. Boop, 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 boop. Go. Oink. And bulk. That should be better. That was just a very strange aspect ratio, and I thought it might have just been for the opening, but no. And then we can come over here. There. Moving on. An herbal medicine, if I remember correctly. Actually, we don't have the camera on the first. Yeah. In your first go, there's actually no possible way to get that check without it being New Game Plus. In New Game Plus, you can take his photo. And then he drops a small piece of paper. Research notes. September 12th. Now there's another room. And another room. Put the piece of notebook in the file. We'll walk down and we'll give you a cutscene. Because we gotta get our camera back. Miku.
Did something happen to my brother?
Fun fact, if you didn't know, the model for Miku in the Japanese version is slightly different than the American release. She looked kind of... I can't remember if it's... which one is which, but in one of them she looks more like anime type. Slightly bigger eyes, etc. I guess kind of more Asian-like, which is probably the Japanese version. And then in the American version, they made her look a little bit normal. I picked up my brother's camera and notebook from the floor. Mom's old camera. My brother had this with him. I found a new note inside Mafoyu's notebook. Imuro Mansion Investigation. Imuro Mansion was once the home of a large landowner that controlled vast areas of land. They also say that the site held some special significance that had to do with Shinto rituals of the region. I couldn't find any detailed books about these Shinto rituals, though. The last master of the Himuro family line massacred his entire household. Later, another family that tried to live there disappeared. Because of incidents like these, nobody visits the mansion today, and it lies in ruins. Maybe that's why there aren't any accounts of the Shinto rituals, and why the exact location of the place isn't recorded anywhere. September 24th. Had a bad feeling ever since I came to this mansion. I'm leaving notes in this notebook just in case anything happens to me. I've got to find Mr. Takamine and the others fast. I hope it's not too late. There are many other notes and news articles inside the notebook. And then we can get a quick man on a beam check. I don't remember where all of these are, obviously. But I'll get the ones that I can. For funsies. Yeah, I don't think we can actually unlock the... there's an old suit of armor here. It doesn't seem to be just for show. Seen some hard use. I don't think we can upgrade our camera until we fight Ogata's ghost. He's the editor. So when we had the cutscene of the 3 people wandering around, he was the one in the back, not the one with the white hair. Bro Shadow. But the other one. A lot of antiques here. Come on. There we go. There's a lion mask on a chest of drawers. There's a medicine container here, the ornamental lion mask. I also know where quite a few of the hidden things are. I've played this game enough times. Obviously, once again, it has been like 6 years since I played through this game. Which is just wild to me to think about. But box of film in front of a broken staircase. Page 14. So in this game, for those of you who haven't ever heard of it before, old books, they're about dark rituals. Did they belong to the man that lived here? in order to power up your attacks, you, well, first of all, you have to level up your camera, which, like I said, is not unlocked yet. I have to go fight Ogata before that unlocks, because I think you need Spirit Stones, and that's the first place you can get a Spirit Stone. But once I fight Ogata, we'll be able to upgrade the camera. The only other way to upgrade your camera is by the type of film it uses. So essentially, you know, like in other survival horror games, you have certain certain guns, and then ammunition that goes with those guns, and the guns themselves do different amounts of damage. It's locked. I hear something on the other side of the door. Maybe someone's in there. Or you? Mayhaps. Instead, you just upgrade your ammo in this game, essentially. I think I missed that one. I knew he was there. Unfortunately, I just did not get him in time. But we're going to go ahead and interact with you. And get another cutscene. Point. Yeah, I think whenever you take a picture of her, she's always called the Pointing Girl. I'm pretty sure she does have a name, though. I just can't remember what it is. Yeah. Technically, every ghost in this game has a name. Granted, some of those names are Wandering Man or something like that. But in Finder mode, you can see things that can't be seen with the naked eye. Try taking a photo if the controller vibrates or you hear strange noises. Okie dokie. So yeah, as you can see in the bottom right, our viewfinder is flashed blue. And the closer I am to an object that I can take a picture of, or is of interest, it gets brighter and brighter. You can also see there's like this weird warpy effect on there, which means it's kind of interactable. But what I want to do is go ahead and take a picture and see that there is a door. No folding screen. Excuse me. Logan, I ate one of your Pop-Tarts. And if you're watching this, it's really good toasted. If you didn't know, you got the like Girl Scout Mint Thins Pop-Tarts. Yeah, they're really good. Honestly, I wish I had a coffee to go with it, but I ran out, and I did not feel like going back out and getting more coffee. So we're probably gonna wash it down with a Dr. Pepper, which is not gonna be great, but hell, we're here. No folding screen in the window in the photo. The door appears where the screen should be. So now we can go up and interact with it.
Just like in the photo.
Just like in the photo. Seems to be a hidden door behind the folding screen. Let us go through it. Alright. Now, if I remember correctly, there shouldn't be anything at the end of the hallway during night 1? Oh, no. I don't remember correctly. Herbal medicine? Hopefully we won't end up needing that too much. That's being held by a strange force. Correct. I don't think that opens until we're on our way back after the first Ogata fight. Small piece of paper on the chest. News clipping. Late yesterday, a human body with no limbs was found in Humiro Mountain. located in the southern region of the prefecture. The body's hands, feet, and head were all torn off. The police is investigating the case as both a murder and accident. The body has not been identified, but is believed to be a man around the age of 30. The police is also taking into consideration the fact that a body, mutilated in the same manner, was found in the same location 15 years ago. I put the news article in my file. Fuck, wandering man. I think this is what, Type 37 film? Yeah. Type 37 film is slightly more powerful than Type 14. I believe I have Type 14 is the weakest. Type 37. Type 74. And then Type 96. However, I'm wanting to say Type 74 doesn't even exist in the first game. Although, back probably around this time last year, I think, I was looking into potentially trying to make an archipelago for Fatal Frame 1. I was like, hey, you know, that would be fun. And technically, if you go into the files, into the memory editor, the RAM, you can actually edit in the type of film that wasn't present. It's either Type 74 or 96. I'm wanting to say 74 for whatever reason just didn't exist in this one. Or no. That existed. Their later games have a film type called Type 7, I think. And Type 7 film exists in these files, despite the fact that you never get it in-game. 14 is the weakest, but there's technically a slightly weaker version. And you can edit that in, and it works perfectly fine. It's just one of those weird things that just, for whatever reason, never got added in. And then he's going to pop down. And we get to take a quick action shot if we're good. Oh, it's not good. And we'll go ahead and pick up the tape recorder. Run, Ogata, run! He done been got.
What was that?
Found a tape recorder in the closet. It's covered with dust, but it seems to work. An audio tape has been left inside the tape recorder. We've obtained white tape 1. Nothing else in there. Let's go ahead and give it a listen.
September 9th, 5:40 p.m. The mansion was nowhere to be seen on the map, so we finally had to ask the locals how to find it. They told us that Himuro Mansion had been empty for several decades now. The same ones who told us where it was also warned us not to come here, which was quite disconcerting.
Which was quite disconcerting. go. Get through the door. Think you're an herbal medicine? The key pops up there. Ah, man at window. I did get that one. I'm correct. There is one behind here as well. I think I can get it if I can look through here. Come on. There we go. Woman in kimono. With very strange letter spacing. Hi. Come on, Ogata. You don't have to be like this. Alright. This fight is extremely easy. First shot, second shot, none. Yeah, so in the old emulator, you used to not be able to emulate this because when ghosts like him popped up, there would just be nothing on the screen to see. You'd see like a small warp effect. Honestly, that might be a fun challenge to try and do, is to beat the game without actually being able to see the ghosts. The camera began to glow with a mystical power. The camera seal. Power-ups. You can acquire mystical power by damaging ghosts. Select camera from the main menu screen to access the power-up screen. Unlock the seal on the camera with the accumulated mystical power and power up. When you unlock auxiliary function seals, you enable many special attacks. To use the enabled auxiliary function, press the L1 button while in a shooting stance. Number of auxiliary functions you can use is limited to the number of spirit stones in your inventory, so be frugal. Fair enough. And speaking of spirit stones, I believe that it... No, that's white tape too. I thought that was a spirit stone. Well, regardless, let's go ahead and give it a listen.
September 9th, 9:40 p.m. It seemed dangerous to walk through the mountain at night, so we decided to spend the night here and continue our work. I've been through several rooms already. Unlike the exterior, the interior is still in quite good shape. A little earlier, I thought I saw a white, shadowy figure of a woman in the hallway near the entrance. I'll keep track of such sightings and publish them in a later account.
Fair enough. Onward and up. Now we need to take a picture of the hand mirror. Feel something coming from the mirror stand. And that is this. Which will be the lion downstairs. Yeah, something shows in the photo it's a lion mask, near the sunken fire. Put the full in my file. Come on, open the door. Yeah, the doors have somewhat strange hitboxes. There we go. Yeah, so we get attacked from behind, but fun fact, you can actually avoid this fight if you just leave. Sorry, Ogata, I really don't feel like fighting today. He doesn't lock the doors behind you to prevent you from leaving, so as long as you make it into this room, gone. Gonzo with the wind. And we found the red hand mirror. Yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, I was trying to play with the idea of making an archipelago for this, but I did run into one issue. Well, several issues. The thing is this game is event-based, not item-based, so it doesn't check to see for specific items in your inventory. It checks for events having been triggered. So like, even if you get the brass key also trips a flag when you pick it up. So it doesn't just look for the brass key to be in your inventory. It looks for having picked up the brass key as an event flag in the RAM. And even though I was able to find a handful of those flags and trip them at the same time, so that, like, if I randomly walked in and the first herbal medicine was brass key, which is what we're about to get inside this hand mirror thing. Even though you were able to do that, and I tripped the flag, and you were able to go through that door, for some reason, right as I went to pass the ghost, which I'll point out later, there is a pop-up ghost right before you go downstairs to fight the long-armed man. As soon as you pass that ghost and start walking down the stairs, that trigger, the game crashed for whatever reason. And I could not figure out a way to prevent it from crashing if you got in there way ahead of time. Yes, we will use the red hand mirror. And then do the you gotta fight for real this time. There's a whole lot of other reasons.
I just saw.
Yes, it is.
The ropes.
The ropes. Editor's photo. I can see the faint shadows of ropes on the man's neck, arms, and legs. Got a small key. A brass key. Looks old. I wonder if it's a key to some door. I actually did forget about that one. Damn. No, we actually do have to do the real boss fight this time. Granted, it acts pretty much exactly like the previous. Oh! Rude. Bruh. Usually. Sir. Where you go? There he is. Let's say, I think he had spawned technically outside of a wall. Goodbye. When he had teleported, he was behind a wall. There we go. Something shining where he stood. There's the Spirit Stone. Yeah, so speaking of, I'll go through the camera stuff real quick. So, obviously, we have loaded film. We have Type 14, Type 37, and then 74 and 93, I believe. Then you can upgrade the range, speed, and the max value. The max value being how many of the runes pop up at the bottom before taking a shot. The more runes you have, the more powered up your shot, the more damage it'll do, and the more points you'll get for the shot. Then we have bonus functions. So that's like pressure, which pushes ghosts back. Slow, which slows their movements for a limited time. These are those L1 buttons. C, which makes ghosts more visible. Paralyze, which stops their movements. And then search, which will automatically track them. Whenever you open up the camera, it will immediately zoom into where they're supposed to be, which is extremely useful. Special function. Break the special function seal. These are items that you can find around the mansion that unlock very specific things, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong about that. That might not be how it functions in the first game. If I remember right, in the second game, for sure these are unlocks that you find spread throughout the mansions. Or I guess the village in the case of the second game. But yeah, we'll go ahead and upgrade basic performance here. Let's go with speed. I think. Well, we could do 2. We'll do speed and range. Alright, now that we have the brass key, we can technically get into the room above the staircase and the fireplace room. So that is where we will be heading next. But yeah, speaking of, like, archipelagos, there were also a slew of other reasons why this game would be very difficult to make it into an archipelago. Mostly because you'd also have to figure out how to swap between nights. Otherwise, you could cut yourself off from checks if you happen to finish night 1 and miss something. So either A, at that point, you'd have to restart the game to go get that check specifically, or you'd have to invent some kind of way to be able to go back to previous nights naturally, because item spawns are different between the different nights. So there's 4 nights in the game total, and I feel like you definitely need to at least be able to swap between the first 3, and then maybe make sure that you had all of the mirror pieces and everything. I think you needed all 4 mirror pieces and Kiri's hairpin in night 4, the final night. That's technically all you need to be able to beat the game, is the 4 mirror pieces and Kiri's hairpin. Which Kiri's hairpin you get in night 4 anyway. It's like the only item you have to pick up in the game. And the final night, of course, is one straight path. Like, you don't even do anything in that. So, I think that one would be pretty simple, is just, if you find all 4 mirror pieces, then you can just skip straight to final night, and then finish that. But, once again, there's no actual way to swap between the nights naturally like that. I did hear that there was a recompile project for this game, being done. I think the focus is actually on the second game right now, but there is a sub-project to look at this game, and maybe if that happens, we might be able to see that being more viable, because obviously if it's been recompiled, then there's a way to alter the code to support some kind of system like that. But for the time being, unfortunately not. There is an old book written in charcoal ink on the shelf underneath the urn. Secret Rituals of the Himuro Family. Man, did they not, like, walk in for 5 freaking minutes? Because they were like, hey, there's no history on the Himuro family rituals. Bruh, there's a book right here. You telling me that you weren't willing to bust down a door to try and find out this information? They're like, the interior looks great, but there's just no information about this place. Whatever. Many rituals and customs have been passed down through generations of the Himuro family. Most of them are lost. The only things we have left now are some documents that record these rituals as a legend. Hardly any of the oral history remains. This is because all Himuro family members are dead, and those who were close to the family have kept quiet about the ritual. One ritual in particular, performed on December 13th, is shrouded in mystery. People who lived near the mansion stayed inside on that particular day, and even now it is considered bad luck to leave the windows open on that date. I can only assume that this is due to the cruel nature of the ritual, but the truth remains unknown. I put the book describing the Miro family in my file. And if I remember right, you can get a stone mirror here? No? I was pretty sure there was a stone mirror underneath this desk, but that might be in Night 2. That might be in Night 2. Those are just some coals. No. I saw that sparkle. I'm like 90% sure I saw a sparkle. Yeah, okay, I'm not stupid. There is a stone mirror there. So a stone mirror, essentially what those do is, not that you've seen it yet, but if you get attacked, you'll lose health. If you lose health completely, you game over. And you'll have to return to your last save. Which we have not saved in a while. I think there is a save spot near here, though. Something in the dark. Oh, I saw you, although you're not a picture I could take. The atmosphere of this game, it has to be said, is really good. I would love to see a remaster of the first game. We've gotten Crimson Butterfly now like 4 times. It has been remastered like 4 times, because I'm pretty sure it got remastered. Like, you had the PS2 version, and then it got remastered for the Wii, and it got remastered for the PS3 in, I think, Europe only. I could be wrong on that. That might have just been like a fake news type deal. That's not the way I want to go. If I remember right, there is a different door over here. This is a safe room. I'll want to go in there. And we'll pick up items first. And now it has been remastered again for PS5 and such. Red Tape, Research 1. And it is totally deserved. The second game, hands down, has to actually be the best one in the series. Like, it is that good. Granted, I've not played 4 or 5. But, Jesus, can't we get a remaster? I think they've even remastered the 5th game already. Now, the 4th game made sense because it was a Japanese exclusive on the Wii, and it had only ever been a Japanese exclusive on the Wii. So when they remastered the 4th one, that was great because they actually released it overseas as well. So we finally have the ability to play the 4th game, which might end up playing through that this Halloween, probably. We'll look forward to that in a couple months. But, that was the only way you could play the 4th game. So that remaster made sense. The 5th game was on the Wii U, and then it released for PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One, I think. And then I think it got a remaster after that as well, although I could be wrong. I haven't played the 4th or 5th game, so probably play those sometime soon. I ought to, because they're probably going to come up with the 6th one. I'm kind of surprised. I'd heard there were a lot of rumors that the Switch was going to get a Fatal Frame, and it might have Fatal Frame 5 now. But I thought the rumor was that they were going to get a remaster of Fatal Frame 1, and when that didn't happen, I was kind of really sad. Alright, August 20th. It seems a folklorist named Ryozo Munokata was studying about the various rituals passed down at the Humiro Mansion. He supposedly left a book of research, but I can't find it anywhere. I wonder if there's a copy in a library somewhere. August 30th. Still can't find the book. I'll have Koji Ogata from the editing department do a search for it. I doubt he'll be able to find it, though. I put the piece of notebook in my file. Which reminds me, her file also involves a correlation chart, so you can actually see who's who. Mysterious novelist named Takamine. And I completely forgot about this, because you can 100% look up like his entire group, family members, Hinasaki, which is Miku's family. So we have Mafuyu, Miku, who we're playing as, and Miyuki, which is our mother. She possessed spiritual powers and gave the camera to Mafuyu, and Mafuyu dropped it, which is why Miku has it. Went in search of Takamine after finding out he was missing. Indeed. We also have that random woman in white, which I believe... No! Okay. Could she have kidnapped Mafuyu? Hard to say on that one. I thought that was Pointing Girl. Oh well. We have photos, etc. Red notebook. Yeah, I was about to say that's the assistant Hirasaka's notes. For the red notebook scrap. I couldn't remember if that was Takamine's or not, but I think he uses a black notebook. Anywho, we're gonna go ahead and save. And I have more than 30 films, so I can't get that. Save, return to game. Okay, don't need to go through that door, so we will go through here. And this is the room I was referring to when I said the game would crash every single time. So, I started on night 1, immediately went through and added the brass key to my inventory and triggered the events saying that I should have the brass key. And then I would get to here for this woman, and as soon as she pops up on the screen right here, the game would crash. And so I was like, okay, fine. I found the flag that said that she had already appeared and we had dealt with her, and I tricked that as well. And I was like, okay, so we'll just not have her random encounter show up. It's not necessary for the game, because it's obviously not a check. And I did that, and I was able to get past it. But then as soon as I walked right here, that camera change would also then make the game crash. And I couldn't figure out how to fix that one. Several pieces of paper on the floor. August 27th. The more I find out about Himuro Mansion, the creepier it gets. I'm sure it's the perfect subject matter for Mr. Takamine's next book. But to be perfectly honest, I don't like this assignment one bit. It gives me a bad feeling. There's no way I want to go to that mansion, but it's my job, right? Guess I'll have to go. I wouldn't want to waste the chance to work with Mr. Takamine just because of a little bit of uneasiness either. Doesn't help I have the sixth sense for the supernatural either. Such a thing as knowing too much sometimes. Put the piece of notebook in my file. If I remember right, you can actually get a weird camera angle if you walk over here. It's actually a really cool camera angle. Now, if this was Fatal Frame 2, as soon as you pulled out your camera here, they'd jump scare you. Not in Fatal Frame 1, though. Herbal medicine. I don't think we can go in here. Yeah. That one I don't think opens up until night 3. Could be wrong on that point, though. But yeah, as soon as you tried to walk down this way, the game would crash every single time. So I kind of gave up on the archipelago idea, simply because of that reason. I'm sure if I actually played around with it enough, I probably could have figured it out, but...
Mafuyu.
Ugh.
Wait.
And it's the long-armed man. I used to think this was a woman, but actually if you go into the files, right, like you have photo files, if you look at the object when you take a picture, it tells you what the name of the creature you took a photo of. And if we take a picture of this guy, his name is a man with long arms, I believe. Get out of here, you freak. Ah! Ah! Being extremely rude today. There we go. Absolutely rude, man. Yeah, so now if we go into here, I believe... Yeah, man with long arms. Absolutely weird. But yeah, these things do occur. Alright, we should have a news clipping here. I don't believe we have a ghost at the end of it yet. I think that's not until night 2. Old news article. On the night of 3rd... On the night of 3rd is a weird way to say something. The police received a report that 4 children failed... Excuse me, Dr. Pepper. Ooh. Failed to return home after 9 p.m. There's an old superstition in the surrounding villages about children being snatched away by ghosts, and some villagers indeed suspect that this is what has happened to the 4 kids. Put the news article in my file. Yeah. In one of the chapters, there is a ghost at the end of that. I think it's night 2. Here. I think there's Type 37 film at the end here. Yes. An old scroll among the fallen candles. Strangling ritual. Now this here is going to be our first sheet to give us the code for the storehouse, I think, as well as the backyard. Yeah. On the 13th day of the 12th month, a maiden, cut off from the outside world for 3,669 long days, shall be torn apart to provide power to the room. So yeah, the red numbers help us open up doors later. And we'll need that pretty much immediately, because if I remember correctly, as soon as we approach the store, one will get a ghost of the assistant, wandering woman. But the door is also warded off by a talisman. So this introduces the talisman system. So there is a weird talisman on there, and we see another place if we take a photo. What we need to do is find that place, take a photo of the ghost that's there, and then come back and the talisman will be gone. So that we can go through the door. Spirit stone. Several pieces of paper on the shelf. They look like part of a red notebook. So this is from the assistant. September 11th, 6:30 a.m. I saw that woman in the white kimono again. She's trying to tell me something. She knows I have the special sense for ghostly things. The woman's name is Kiri. So it's Kiri, huh? I shouldn't get any closer than this. I don't want to get any closer. I'm scared. The piece of notebook in my file. You know, now I'm actually curious if that is the name that they also used in the Japanese version. Because if it is, I've probably been pronouncing it wrong. Because then it would be Kirie, not Kiri. Because you'd pronounce the at the end. Kirie? Is that a Japanese name? We actually don't have to come in here at all, but it is a save room, and there are, I think, like a couple of herbal medicines in here. Black notebook scrap. So this should be Takamine's journal, I think. September 13th, 9:30 a.m. We found Ogata's body. His head, hands, and feet were strangled off. What happened to him? It's just like the strange deaths that occurred here long ago. There was a photo of Agata near him. In it, there was something that looked like ropes on his neck, arms, and legs. This was the photo that we found in that dresser, the mirror stand up downstairs. I wonder if it has anything to do with the rope shrine maidens and legends around it. Girls that had ropes tied to their necks, arms, and legs, too. September 13th, 12:10 p.m. Samoe is acting strangely. She's been mumbling nonsense all morning. Think about ropes and mirrors. Can't blame her for going to pieces, though, after seeing what happened to Ogata. Put the piece of notebook in my file. There's an old scroll, 5 stones document. Give thanks to the 5 gods' protection. Place the stone representing the 5 mirrors in the correct location. Put the old document in my file. And we'll go ahead and save. Pretty sure I heard whispering there. I don't know if I've ever noticed that. Save. Okay, and we need to head to the storeroom. That's just the door again. We don't have to worry about that. The storeroom should be just around this corner, I think. Anything in this corner? Good. So, yeah, so the storeroom should be right here. And I believe the code is 1312. Shinto ritual strangling and held on the day of from the gorged out workers. So, looking at this, you probably wouldn't know what this is, but those are, in fact, numbers. And the very, very top one is, in fact, a 0, not a 1. So, if the code is 1312, we go over 1, 1, 3, 1, 2. Door unlocked. If I remember correctly, as soon as we walk in, we get the girl with pointing. Yep. Girl pointing. But that should be about the only thing we run into while we're here. Doesn't seem to be anything in the chest. Spirit stone. Can't remember everything that's in here. But I know there's a few items, and I'm pretty sure that there is a notebook over on the shelf over here. Might be you. Oh, that's an herbal medicine. Old news article. The girl who has been missing for 3 days on the Humiro Mountain area and rumored to have been snatched away by ghosts has been found by a local man. She is fatigued but in good health. The police plan to wait for her recovery and ask her about the other 3 children. Girl's parents have also been missing the day after her disappearance. Police is looking for a foster home for the girl. So I wonder what happened to her parents then. I mean, the only other assumption I can make is that her parents went looking for her, went to the mansion because it's a known spot for ghosts to apparently snatch away children, and then popped over and ended up also getting strangled and probably ended up being one of the unidentified bodies later on. That's the only thing I can think of. Excuse me. I had to sneeze. Okay. Put the old article in my file. Nothing useful. I am pretty sure that there is an item at the top, but I feel a powerful presence from the back of the room. That is because it's behind this staircase. You can vaguely see the ghost there. Very, very vaguely. Seductress. And the talisman goes away. Strongly, ghost sense has disappeared. But I am going to go ahead and check up here real quick. Because I can't remember if there's items up here or not. I know there are later on. But I can't remember if there are right now. Type 74 film. Very, very nice. Doesn't seem to be anything in the drawers of the chest. Something is reflecting. Spirit stone. Thought I heard a very weird windy sound effect. That was kind of weird. And then we have this for old diary scrap. May 20th. We've finally gotten through the move to Himuro Mansion. I had a hard time cutting through all the red tape with the local officials. Just as I'd hoped, the air is fresh here. Should be good for Yae and her poor health. So this is Ryozo, I think, is what his name is. He's a folklorist. And his wife is Yae. My daughter Mikoto seems to like this area too. She made friends here already and is enjoying herself. Yae seems to think this old mansion is spooky, but we plan to do some work on it, make it easier for her to live in, once I get settled in my research. The best thing about living here is that I don't have to go out to do my research. It's all here in this mansion. I can be right by Yae's side all of the time. So yeah, Yae was having poor health, and he moved out this way, of course knowing that the mansion was potentially haunted, yada yada yada, but he's a folklorist, so that actually caught his attention more. So all the old diary scraps are for, I believe his name is, I apologize if I'm wrong, Ryozo Minokata? And I actually, there's a scene later on that I'll point out when we get there. I think it's not until the end of chapter 2, where a woman hangs herself. That does end up being Yae. I used to think that was Miku's mom. I used to get that confused very, very often. And I had it confused for the longest time. But that is not, in fact, their mother. That is, in fact, Yae, who is Ryozo's wife. The folklorist who we hear in this. Now, we do get to see a cutscene, I believe, with Miku's mother later on, which is why I got the confusion, because it looks very similar to Yae, I think. But yeah. Wandering Spirit. Or is that Bound Man? That might be Bound Man. There are, random encounters that you can get in there. I'm pretty sure if I had gone down the ladder, I probably could have avoided that fight. Obviously, if I hadn't gone up the ladder at all, I wouldn't have spent enough time in the room for a random battle to even trigger. But it is what it is. Alright, and we need to head back to... I can't actually remember the official name of this room. Hold on. I think it's not the doll room. The doll room is outside in the atrium. What is this room? Burial room. I thought the burial room was what the rubble room hooked off to, unless that's the ritual site. That might be the ritual site. Oh, regardless, we can now go through this door. I don't think I got that. No, I did not. Damn. Happens. So, we want to go ahead and take a picture of this, which I believe is going to show a well. Yeah, the water wheel. So we're going to have to find that. What are you trying to say? I cut her off, my bad. Black notebook scrap. September 13th, 3 p.m. Tomoe's condition is getting worse and worse. She can't stop shaking. She keeps mumbling the same words over and over. Don't know if what's happening is anything supernatural or not. But in any case, I think we better leave as soon as possible. Tomoe is in such bad shape, she can't even move. Guess I'll have to look for a way out here myself. Even if we waited for help, I doubt anyone would ever come looking for us. We put the scrap in a file. Then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and take a picture of you. Because we have 2 talismans to look out for this time. And this one's going to be the doll room, which we can't access because it's locked off by the water wheel. Which should be over this way. I believe there's 2 items here. We have the audio tape, which I don't think I listened to audio tape 1 of that. And then we have Woman in Pain. And there's a stone mirror there. However, we cannot pick it up because we already have one. The game only allows you to have 1 at a time. Woman in Atrium. And a 3rd red tape. We're just getting all of them this time around. Yolk. And another one of the research team is gone. Oh, no. And you saw it, so now you're next. Well, the voice acting in here, I believe, just confirmed that her name is Kiri. Ah, I dropped the phone. Unless that was cut off very poorly. And we get Red Tape 3, Research 3. We can go ahead and give those a listen real quick. We have 3 of them to listen to.
September 10th, 10:20 a.m. We discovered some disturbing photos in a chest of drawers. Could these be the folklorist's children mentioned in Koji's notes? The photo is quite old and shows some kids playing tag. In the corner of the photo, there's a faint image of a young girl in a white kimono. Her finger is pointed this way, and her eyes look as if she's making some silent accusation. September 11th, 8:16 p.m. We looked all over the mansion, but we still couldn't find Koji. While true that this mansion is huge, I'm certain we would have found him by now. Could we have already left? He's been saying something about more ropes since we took some photos yesterday.
Yeah, so these red tapes are also from the assistant to Moe. Kenji is Ogata, the editor.
September 12th, 9 a.m. I found Koji. His death was just like the one in the mountain village. His head and limbs were severed. I can't believe what's happening.
Indeed. Now, we need to go ahead and get the photo. Which is right here. Woman pulled in. So that's one talisman doll. And then we'll have to go into the doll room and get the other one. First, I believe... Now, we don't actually have to take a picture of that one. It just shows the lantern lit up, which is obvious. Yeah, that's just a stone. But there is, I think, an herbal medicine back here. It's either an herbal medicine or Type 37 film. Type 37. Gotcha. So yeah, we don't have to take a picture of that. It does nothing but waste time. We need a lighter to light that. And we get that by going through the other door that we have a, whatchamacallit on? Talisman. Spooky. I'm gonna miss that photo. Oh, no, that lasted long enough for me to actually get... That's nice. We'll go ahead and look around the room. Spirit Stone, very nice. Got some dolls. We have the demon tag on the wall. There are several pieces of paper on the shelf. So this is from the assistant, Tomoe. September 12th, 1:45 p.m. My sixth sense is telling me some children are playing here. I can't see them, but they keep calling to me. Are they playing tag or hide and seek, maybe? They might be the children in that photo. September 12th, 4:30 p.m. There were human heads in that room. So many of them. They were cut off by the Humiro family master. They were all trying to tell me something. Never should have come here. I should have trusted that sixth sense of mine. You know what? Actually, the way she pronounced it is Kyrie. I've been pronouncing it wrong this entire time. I don't think I ever noticed. Doll with long hair and a white kimono. It's roped off with sacred ropes. Worshipped. That looks like Kyrie. Alright, so we have an item here. Spirit Stone, very nice. Can't do anything. This room, more or less, is not really anything special in Chapter 1. It becomes more important in Chapter 2. Child Onlooker, which now triggers a fight with Crawling Girl. Yeah, there's actually only 2 ghosts that I've ever found, like, scary in, the Fatal Frame games. And I think one of them is in Fatal Frame 2. And the other one's in Fatal Frame 3. Rude. Did I ask to be stunned? Buddy. Absolutely rude. I think that stun is technically a random amount of time. So unfortunately, if she does get you, you don't know how long you will be stunned for. No. Thank you. She almost got me with the stun again. There is a woman in a box in the second game. That one I find terrifying. And then there is the woman who... And this might actually be in the second game as well, but I think it's the third game. There is the woman... So there's blood on the floor. I don't know if that blood was there previously. However, if I remember correctly, this is actually the introduction of the Broken Neck enemy. And I have a fun fact. You actually do not have to do this fight. So if you walk over this way to trigger it, and then run off this way, if you're quick enough, you can actually go through this door, which then stops the fight completely. Done. Completely avoids the fight. You don't have to fight her at all. And that's the only scripted one in the game. So if she ever appears again, that's a random encounter. But yeah. Don't have to fight her, period. Found a lighter on the floor and a black notebook scrap. September 14th, 10 a.m. That woman that Tomoe called Kirie looks just like the descriptions of the rope shrine maiden in the legends. There's a strong resemblance, too. Between the way Tomoe and Ogata died, and the manner of the deaths in the folklore. So that woman in the rope is the rope shrine maiden, is she? Technically, you can go upstairs for a random, not a random encounter, a encounter with floating head. I'm not going to do that currently. I think you can also get an herbal medicine or a sacred water up there if you do go up there. We got the lighter, right. Sorry, my brain short-circuited, and I was like, where am I going? So we need to use a lighter on this lantern. And that lets us get a seal character or something like that. I think it's a blue seal or a black seal. Black seal. Black carving, my bad. And we can use that on the door this way. That's Yae. And I missed that photo. Damn. Yeah, weird that she pops up this early because there's nothing relevant to her until later. I thought that was Yae. That might have been just another random lady. Perhaps the mother from that note. It said that the girl's parents went missing. That might have been the mother. believe we need to go back this way. You know what, maybe we will grab Floating Head, just for funsies. So yeah, she's up here. If I remember correctly. She should not actually try and fight us until we start going back downstairs. Well, there's news articles up here I completely forgot about. The girl who has been found after 3 days of mysterious disappearance has been adopted. Mr. Hinasaki, a close friend of Mr. Ryozo Munakata, also missing, will adopt the girl. So... is this... is the missing girl then Ryozo Munakata's daughter? He mentioned her, I think her name was Makoto. Girl's parents were missing even after she returned, so the police was looking for a foster home or adopted family. Girl does not remember anything from her disappearance, and the 3 other children are still missing. But the news article in my file. Was I wrong? Is Floating Head actually later on? Research scrap. The legend of the Holy Mirrors, the mirrors of the 5 gods. The Holy Mirrors, held in 5 shrines in this region, are most commonly known as the Mirrors of the 5 gods. The legend tells that the 5 gods, before leaving this land, created these mirrors as a means of protecting the village. Some legends mention another mirror. The story is that all 5 mirrors were used together in a ritual to fend off a huge disaster. Whether this was the calamity or not is not known. It is not known whether the ritual mentioned above is related in any way to the one performed by the Himuro family, but there is the correlation of the mirrors. However, the actual existence of the legendary Holy Mirror, one complete mirror, has not been confirmed. It is not known what the legend is based on. Put the book describing Himuro family in my file. Well, if we do get Floating Head, it'll be on our way downstairs. And we did not get it. So that might have actually been Chapter 2, not Chapter 1. My apologies. It's either that or I missed the trigger for it because I didn't do it when Takamine was in here. Red notebook scrap. Mirror is breaking. Smash. A broken mirror. People on the floor. All over the mansion. So many people. All those people. What are they running from? And at the end, with such desperate looks on their faces. Something's coming this way, from deep within the mansion. A coldness. It's colder than anything I've ever felt. Don't know any more if this is a dream or real. In Chapter 2, I think there's Type 37 film there. Alright, and now we must prepare for the Tomoe fight. Miss Hirasaka is not happy with us. Herbal medicine. For some reason, we don't know why. She's gonna attack us now. I believe the actual canonical reason why all the ghosts in here actually attack you is because they're all warped by the calamity from the failed ritual. Got away without taking damage, though. Yeah, Tomoe can be a bit rough to deal with sometimes because her hitbox is just very strange. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and use my medicine. And I should have enough points to upgrade my camera to give us more. No, not right. Dang. Okay. Well, we'll increase speed then. I think that's all. Now you might be wondering why I haven't swapped over to Type 37 film. That's because it's not worth using in Chapter 1, except for against Takamine. There we go. Done. He's the only one worth trying to use Type 37 film on in the first chapter. Red Tape 4. And we'll give that a listen as soon as we get across here. Nothing over that way. Nothing that way. But we do have something right in front of this door. A little girl in a white kimono keeps pleading to me. Can't keep my mind focused, but her voice rings in my head and won't leave. What does she want me to do for her? Can't even get out of this mansion. Broken. 5 pieces. The mirror. Tell Mr. Takamine the way to break the curse. Clearly, you have to fight Lon D for it. Alright, so this is the second one, which was 3669. The Chosen, Maiden, and Purifies from the Gouged Out Words. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9. The door is unlocked. And we can go out into the backyard. Where we get another. I believe we get to see Takamine. If I'm correct, there's also a very rare chance of a ghost appearing in that window up there. I could be wrong, though. Aha! No, there is. Girl pleading. Got him. There's an item here, though. I think it's a spirit stone. Can't move the lid, but you can look at the item on top. Bruh. Blue tape 1. Looks like it's half used. Also, another hidden ghost there. Girl turning. She was playing hide and seek.
I must hurry. I'm beginning to show rope marks.
Oh, that means he has been targeted. Okay, and there's a save point over here. Spirit stone. And we can go ahead and grab some Type 14 film, which will turn us back up to 30. Okay. Moving on. And now I think we get Tomoe Fight 2. Yeah, if you didn't get enough of her the first time, you literally move one room over, and yeah, fight her again. Why? We don't know.
Tell him what?
You have to warn Takamine. Oh, she's being rude. Damn it. Tomoe is probably one of the more random ghosts in the first game. She can be a little unpredictable. Kind of like Kirie. Her final boss fight is also a little unpredictable. Granted, you know exactly when Tomoe is going to do her orange attack, because she, like, jerks downwards right before she does it. I believe she only does it if she's close enough. That should be it. There we go. Yeah, she should only do that attack if she gets close enough to you. We saw it, I think, once. It was basically her first move against me. The mirror. Yeah, the mirrors in the house are how, like, Kirie gets around extremely fast, essentially. Top of the gravestone is a piece of notebook. This is Takamine's journal. September 14th, 8 p.m. In the materials Tomoe gathered for me, there's a paragraph about 5 pieces of mirror passed down through the Miro family for generations. These pieces were said to seal off the Hell Gate and protect the region from a great disaster. They might have something to do with the current hellish situation. 5 holy mirrors and shrines around the area all broke in a small earthquake the other day. When I heard about it, it gave me the idea for the next work of mine. I think I brought a news article about it with me when I came here. It says there were only 5 holy mirrors in existence, but according to some legend, there is another, the true holy mirror. The folklorist also mentions this in his research documents, the ones I found here in the mansion. I think I dropped a research document somewhere when I was trying to escape that cursed woman. Here are my theories. I think that the 5 mirrors that were destroyed in the earthquake the other day had the role of watching over the true holy mirror. I don't think it was the earthquake that broke the 5 holy mirrors in the shrines. I think it was a signal that the seal in the Hellgate that the Temuro true holy mirror provides had broken for some reason. The 5 mirrors were trying to warn us. Not sure if that was a typo or not, or if I just misread that. Provides. Spider monkey. Up we go. If I remember right, there is a ghost off in the distance somewhere, though it has been a minute. There. Warp to mad. There he is.
Just one more. Just one more Buddha statue. And the holy mirror will be.
Alright. We go up here. I think this is another stone here, which we cannot pick up. And type 37 fail. This is why we need the lighter to get that one part black carving piece. Alright, so the goal of this is to get the matching symbol over to its symbol on the outer rim. So as you can see, the one that I have highlighted here in blue needs to go over to where the highlighted rune on the right is. So we'll do you, and then you. And then we can put the black carving where it's supposed to go, right there. Puzzle solved. And then we come in here. Real quick, I'm going to upgrade my camera if I can. Yeah. Stop. No, I want basic. There we go. 12,000. So I could upgrade max value. And that would be it. Yeah, we can upgrade max value. That's fine. Because I'm going to go ahead and put in my Type 37 film real quick. Anyway. Audio tape on the pedestal, which we haven't read the other two audio tapes either. There are 4 Buddha statues and some kind of pedestal in front of a small shop.
She's the last maiden.
Crucified man. And now we have the Takamine boss fight. He did not get there in time. You could deal with Takamine in this room, or, because he is ridiculous and likes to work around a lot, and even getting close to him does a shit ton of damage. So instead, we'll walk out of this room into the big open field where we have room to maneuver. And that didn't do anything. Rude. Rude! Bruh. So those didn't do damage. Not entirely sure why. We might need to get a 0 shot off on him first. Come on. Nope. Well, thank God we had a stone mirror. Alright, Takamine, you're pissing me off. He does so much damage. Ridiculous. We'll go ahead and heal. And we can pick up that stone mirror when we come back. There we go, he's taking damage now. I don't know why he didn't take damage the first couple times I took his photo. You did want to get his orange 0 shot there. When he does that move specifically, it blacks out your screen. Oh, here we go. Very weird. And dealt with. If you're quick enough after you fought him, by the by, and you didn't trigger his other event right here, you can actually get him to repeat that line like 3 or 4 times. There's a hidden door at the base of the Shinto gate. There's something inside. It's because the flag still thinks he needs to say the line, even though he did technically start it. But because it didn't complete in a different line, started on top of it, it just replays the line. The head is damaged and painted in red like blood. A headless Buddha. 5 Buddhas document. Bury the rope maiden's spirit. Place the 5 Buddhas with her damaged limbs. Put the old document file. We also have, I think, another black scrapbook here. from Mr. Takamine. I'm about to go to the shrine deep within Himuro Mansion, where they say a piece of the true holy mirror is kept. The curse has already left its mark on my 4 limbs. There's no escaping it. About the only thing left now that I can do is try to reseal the Hellgate. It is my last hope. I've already found 4 of the Buddha statues. I need to get a piece of the mirror. I managed to find an old document that tells the location of the 5th statue. Make observance to the Buddha at the base of the large gate, so that the souls of the hideous maidens can reach up to the heavens. If all goes well, no one will ever have to read these notes, and I can use them towards the content of my next book. In closing, I would like to thank my assistant and my partner, Tomoe Hirasaka. And for the rest of that, I have to go find that file now. I think it's probably the last one. I double-clicked, my bad. If it weren't for the words she left with me, I wouldn't have been able to complete this, my final work. If I don't return, please give her a decent burial. Signed, Junsei Takamine, September 15th. We also have those tapes listed. So I think we had blue tape. I think we had red tape 4.
Since we met that girl, I've seen many strange visions. All the ghosts in the mansion howl and scream at me. I don't think they'll ever let me out of this mansion. I don't even know how long I can hold on to my sanity. Anyway, I'm leaving this tape. If ever someone listens to this, please tell me what has happened to me. But still, I hope it's just a dream.
Nope, you were cursed, unfortunately.
September 12th, 3:20 p.m. I know this sounds crazy, but there's something here besides us in this mansion. I've seen it myself. It was a woman in a white kimono. Something is definitely happening here. Have we unknowingly awakened something? Or perhaps we've been lured here to die?
That was a weird place to cut off.
Is she the one causing this disaster? All of those earlier deaths? Koji, Tomoe, all of them? Am I the next to die? The rope shrine maiden ritual, as told of in legend. Both arms, legs, and the neck. It is said when all 5 have been marked, the curse is complete. Ropes are beginning to appear on my photo. I'm running out of time.
I'm running out of time. Oh, we do want to go ahead and pick up that stone mirror, though. Oh. Takamine wanted to be a dick, so I need to grab another one. And we'll come over here. The row of 4 Buddhas. There's space for another in the middle. We will place the headless Buddha. Put the Buddha statue with the damaged head between the other 4 Buddha statues. And now we have a puzzle. Pedestal opened and revealed a 3x3 grid of holes. Now you could take a picture, it shows the solution. The solution is pretty dang simple. This one is missing an arm, it goes at the top. This one's missing its left leg, that goes at the bottom. This one's missing its head, it goes at the top. This one's missing its leg on the right, that goes to the bottom right. And this one's missing its arm on the right. Top right. Done. Heard a soft sound, I think it's unlocked. And we get a piece of the true holy mirror.
Is this the holy mirror?
This
It's just a piece of it.
already pretty shattered. After the failure of the last ritual that tried to be made. Of course, this does imply some people survived the failure of that ritual. Excuse me. They didn't all instantaneously die because someone had to have physically brought that mirror piece and put it in there. Unless it was Takamine. It could have been, but I thought he was trying to get that piece. That's why he was trying to get the Buddha statue. Rie, what are you doing? Oh no, oh no. She's upsetty spaghetti, guys. Anyway, just run straight at her. You can't do anything about that fight, unfortunately. There's only one point in time where you can actually fight Kirie, and that is the last fight. And in every other situation, you either need to run at her or run away from her. And I think the only time you have to run away from her before the final fight is in the final night. There's a chase sequence during that bit. There might be one in Chapter 3, actually, now that I think about it. These all those missing kids. Oh no. The ropes.
The rope? No.
We'll get more film. Go ahead and save. Very, very nice. We are on night 2, Demon Guide. And I think I might go ahead and take a quick break, real quick. So, I'm gonna go ahead and, I should have just sat on that screen. We're gonna take a quick break real quick.
Give it back.
Rude. So I will be right back. Enjoy the weird ambiance. And I am back. Enjoy the hand splash screen. It's a charming little effect. I appreciate it. They didn't have to, but they added it in anyway. I was also reviewing the video, and it looked like the sound might have been a little too loud, so I've turned it down slightly. Not too much, because obviously a lot of the sound effects are very soft. But moving on. Okay. Now this is where my memory gets a little wonky with the game. So the point of this chapter, if I recall, is that those kids stole the mirror piece and you need to get it back. And so in order to do that, you need to get the demon tag scroll, which is what is missing here. The scroll itself is, in fact, what's missing. It's a picture of demon tag. Put the photo in my file. So we need to retrieve that photo so that we can chase after the child that went through there. Type 14 film. Very nice. I think this is a spirit stone. Now, Mafoyu's notes. I must have been passed out. I'm afraid it's too late to help Mr. Takamine. If only I'd come to sooner. Spirits in this mansion are very powerful. The force behind this curse must be here somewhere. And I'm going to start looking for it right now. I put Mafoyu's note in my file. Mafoyu, now I know you're here somewhere. We simply cannot just leave. There is another item here. The head of that doll fell off. There's my spirit stone. I thought there was one in here. Granted, we literally don't have any abilities yet to use said spirit stones. And honestly, we probably won't get them until much... I missed that one 100%. I remembered it was coming, but I missed it 100%. I honestly cannot remember what I was saying. Never mind. Oh, so we got a cutscene here of the blinded maiden. Despite the fact that it is a cutscene and showing off that ghost, technically, you don't even have to fight her. Because if you come over here and go through this door, she despawns. Goodbye, blinded maiden. There's the kiddo going that way again. If I remember correctly, there is in fact a stone mirror here. But we already have it. And unfortunately, despite the fact I know this is where we need to go for the next talisman, the talisman does not spawn until you've at least seen the door and taken this picture. Speaking of, don't we love a callback? It's a Man with Long Arms, Part 2. Electric Boogaloo. A battle so nice, they said, yeah, do it again. Alright, and we should be able to get him with the next. Boom. Done. Very, very nice. If I'm correct, should be able to pick up Type 37 fit. Yes. So this, now that I'm thinking about it, I should swap back to my Type 14 film. This should be just that bit underneath the staircase. Yeah. Unfortunately, you do have to take the photo, so even if you remember where certain things are, you'll have to do it anyway. Granted, this is where my memory starts to get a little hazy, because it has been like 6 years since I've played this. There it is. Vengeance and Wall. I thought I was doing pretty dang well for having not played it in a hot minute. Now I kind of want to know if Floating Head actually shows up. Because I was like 90% sure Floating Head was supposed to be here during Chapter 1, and then Floating Head didn't show up. Is this door open yet? No. It's locked from the other side. I can unlock that shortcut later. Nothing over here. There is, however, if you take a picture of the what window? Sir? Oh, you're here. There we go. A hidden ghost there. Monk out of dark. Yeah, I've never successfully gotten a 100% run on this game. Mostly because, yeah, there are a lot of events that trigger for like 2 seconds. And then they're gone, and I'm just like, yeah, no, I cannot be bothered. That is very weird. I was like 90% sure you should have gotten a floating head on that staircase. That one lasts a lot longer than you would think it does. I think there is Type 37 film here. Yeah. And some herbal medicine. We haven't picked up a sacred water yet, which is interesting. So a sacred water, for those of you who don't know, is just a herbal medicine, but it completely heals your health instead of it only being a partial. Now, despite the fact that we have in fact done the code for this door, we need to do it again. But this time it's for some reason changed. I guess Kyrie was working on the security of the place and decided to swap up all the codes. So in this case, I don't think we've actually gotten the note for this yet. But if I remember, it is 2, 4, 5, 6, 1, 1. It is. Cool. Yeah, you can get another note to actually open up that door. I cannot remember where you're supposed to find that note, though. You're supposed to get to the door and find that it has been blocked. And then you need to do something because of that. Alright, so we can go ahead and save, which I will do. Thank you. And then we have another fight here. Pretty sure. Which this is Girl in the Well, I think is her official name. There you go. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. She's about to be absolutely rude. Ah. I almost got her. Haha, you got me pretty good there. I'll give you that. I'll give you that, lady. There we go. She got right up in my face. Was not expecting that one. That's on me. I believe that's what her zero shot is, so like... her zero attack, and when it goes orange, is to teleport right up in your face if you don't catch it. Ugh. Put the photo in my file. Like the photo, there's a blue stone atop the well. If I remember correctly, we can go back to where we fought Takamine, and there's a couple of items now. Granted, I think it's just like film, but we'll go grab it anyway. I don't think there's any other reason to come all the way out here again in the game, other than to pick up really small items. If I remember right, there's actually 2 random encounters that can happen out here. You can randomly get, like, lightning flashes, which is weird. And you can randomly get, like a monkey screeching. Hit 37 film, and I don't think there's anything at all inside here. Oh. There was something in here. Tormented one. Huh. Did not recall that. Regardless, we can go. But yeah, I think the only in night 3, a couple items pop up over there. I think we get another stone mirror and maybe a spirit stone as well. Where we get the film. It's either a spirit stone or it might be type 93 film. I can't remember. And then I don't think you can even come out here during the final night. You might be able to. A weird zoom effect. Or a zoom out effect, rather. Alright, so we've gotten a broken neck random fight, but it is a random fight. Pretty sure if we leave, we should be fine. Yeah, because she does not lock the doors. Now that first broken neck that fell, if we had not ran out of the room to skip that fight... Ah, blind woman again. This is also a skippable fight, I'm pretty sure. Yes, it is. However, she might get... Yeah, she will do some damage to me. But if I get through the door, that ends that fight. Goodbye. No! She got me. She might actually follow me through the next handful of rooms. Yeah, she might actually... I might have to deal with her. Because she actually hit me. Nope. Okay, cool. Blind Demon Ritual. Blind Demon Ritual. The 26th, the day of the 11th month, 2611. That's where that code comes from. In preparation for the Strangling Ritual 10 years later, choosing a maiden with holy power. She should be past the age of 7 years, 9 months, and 25 days. So yeah, I think the important one in for the second door, which I believe is the storeroom again, is 7925 or 2579, one of those. Some variation of that. Although I do not believe the storeroom is necessary to go back into at all. I don't think you actually ever have to go back in there again. So the second code is always optional. We might be able to find some files or something in there, but that would be it. Alright, yeah, we're actually gonna have to do this fight, I think. Broken Neck has been playing nice too long, and she's very, very mad that we have skipped her fight so many times. Look, if you want to insist, and then we'll do it your way. I didn't want to have to fight you, though. Just remember that. You just remember that. Goodbye. It is very interesting how you can tell what ghost you're going to be fighting up against just simply from the sound effects that are going on when the fight starts, because I instantaneously knew that was Broken Neck by the sound of the ropes in her fight. And the My Eyes lady, of course, always screams My Eyes at the top of her lungs, so it's kind of hard not to know when you're fighting her. The blinded maidens. Okay. So the blue carving is actually for that door. However, pretty sure we need to get a different item before we can go through there. I think we also need a purple carving as well. Which actually, no, I don't think that's in the storeroom. So let's say that might actually be in the storeroom, so we might actually have to go in there. But I don't think it's actually. It's locked from the other side. Never mind. Maybe I do have to go in. Like I said, my memory of this section of the game is very hazy. I like playing through the opening a lot, but I think I've completely screwed this up. I did. Go ahead and reset that. I think I just did the same exact thing. Ah! No. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Nope, not quick enough. Now, you're gonna tell me where the other card is, because I've completely forgotten. Ah, yeah, okay. It's on the mound. That's out by the well. Is this some before you note? Yes, it is. The mansion has started to change. As far as I can figure out, the ghosts are trying to pull me back into the past. So, yeah. As the nights go along, the mansion gets in better and better shape, which is not what you would think it would be doing. You'd think it would be doing the reverse, and that it would start off as looking all magnificent, but then as you went along, it started becoming decrepit and gross. But no, it is the complete opposite, and it keeps getting in better and better shape. Kind of like Ghost Ship, if you've seen that movie. So some areas that would have been locked off previously are now available just simply due to the fact that the house is fixing itself. The spirits are using their power to make parts of the mansion revert to the way they were in the past. Ghosts of that era are beginning to stir. Just what exactly happened in this mansion anyway? And just what do the ghosts want me to do about it? Put Mafoyu's note in my file. So yeah, we're going to have to run out to the atrium again. Can't actually remember what that section of the atrium's called. It might still just be part of the atrium, despite the fact you have to go through a different room. But it's out where we lit the lantern in Chapter 1. Now the thing is because I'm going into rooms over and over again, that does increase the chance of getting a random encounter, unfortunately. Though most random encounters can be avoided as long as you can leave the room. Although it might be a 2-room dodge rather than a 1-room. There's my Type 37 film. Knew you were out here. You again. Is this guy this time? I think this one's guy. She was only playing demon tag. Can't remember if this game ever actually explains what demon tag is. I think it's just normal tag, but the person who is it is considered the demon, so you want to run away from him. I think that's literally it. They might have to actually wear a mask. I can't remember. There we go. So yeah, now that the house is starting to clean itself up, we actually have this middle bit here that we can go to and pick up our first sacred water. And then we have this monument here, which will be more important later, honestly, than right now, to get the purple carving. Is there something behind you? Stone mirror, right. That's what I thought. Now we might get attacked by, I think, like will-o-wisps or something on our way back. No. Good. We'll have to come back out there again in Chapter 3 to deal with the headless monks. Chapter 3 is go collect all the carvings, the level. Essentially, that is it. The entire level is just based around collecting four carvings and opening up the room here. Because that gets locked until the very end of Night 3. Spirit Stone. Nothing there. Alright, now that we have the purple carving, we can go into the ritual room. I'm correct that we get a jump scare there. Of a kid playing demon tag. That's the crawling girl that we had to fight in the doll room. Are we getting another one? Are you kidding me? Wandering monk, get out of here. Are you gonna lock the door on me? Thought he might. Go ahead and use a couple of herbal medicines. Go ahead and save. And we actually might upgrade our camera while we have a moment. Basic performance. So we have 18,000 points now. We could upgrade our max value. Or we could do range, which I think is more important. We could also have gotten paralyze or search. Search being the more important one, honestly, in my opinion. But honestly, I tend to not even use the bonus functions when I play through this game. And we haven't even unlocked a single special function. Yeah, I'm wanting to say the special functions are unlocked in New Game Plus. I'm wanting to say those are fairly rare. There might be one that we can get naturally in the game, but I think what I'm thinking of is actually Fatal Frame 2. Because in Fatal Frame 2, you can actually... fuck this up. In Fatal Frame 2, you can actually get those. Throughout the game, and it's actually, like, necessary to do it that way. I fucked that up again. Okay. If I move this up here, the only other two options I have are these two. Now that one could go straight there, or I can move that one there. I move that one there, I can move that one there, that one there, that one up there. You down to where you belong, and you where you belong. Thank you. Don't know where I was getting mixed up there. Now, this is actually the first time we actually have to fight a
It's Mafuyu.
blinded maiden. It's required in this room. Do we have any items hiding around up here? Don't think we do. I do think we get a spirit stone in night 3. I think a spirit stone pops up this way. But that's it. This is actually a hot spot for ghosts, so we're gonna quickly go down these... Miku. Quickly go down this ladder. Because we don't want any more encounters than are necessary. If I remember right, this is called the Demon's Mouth. What's the ritual room? Oh, the ritual room might actually be back where the mask hallways are, which is the next part of this level. Disregard, disregard. We'll get there. Absolutely love the music in this area. Absolutely terrifying. Very atmospheric. Research scrap. The ritual masks and their meaning. In the Miuro rituals, masks play a very important role. One of them is called the Blinding Mask, which is used in the Demon Tag ritual. 2 stakes pierce through the eyes of the Blinding Mask. It is used in the Demon Tag ritual as a blindfold, i.e., they pierce your eyes out and you can't see. The legend goes, while the demon is blindfolded, enter the rope altar and perform the ritual. This might mean that the blinding mask is a key to the rope altar. Put the book describing the Himuro family in my file. There's a place for hanging something. I wonder if it's a device for opening this gate. It is. Although I thought you were supposed to take a picture of it. Huge door's in the way, it doesn't seem to open. Maybe it's locked. There we go. You have to interact with the door first. My bad. Then we come over here. Beyond this door is the rituals. Mask with stakes, and it appears on the pillar next to the door. The blinding mask. And then when we take that off, I think we get another cutscene as soon as we make it like halfway back. No, we get the blinded maiden, and she got very close very quickly. Oh, we got another cutscene with her. Absolutely. Don't you do it. She's right behind me. She's being rude today. Ah, I missed. Nope, I missed. Damn it. There we go. I was one shot off of her. That was kind of rude. Only the red candles on the photo are lit. So yeah, we have to do the candle photo, or candle puzzle next. It's tiny matchbox where the ghost was. We have the matches. So now, you can leave. Climbing up ladders is ridiculously slow. There we go. And I think we'll have to fight her again as a scripted fight at the end of the night. I think when we get back here, we have to fight her again. But for now, we just have to go light some candles. Which I think lets us act... No. Lighting the candles, I think, actually gets us the demon tag itself, so that we can go back to the doll room and get back to the other side of the house. Because that door remains locked pretty much the entire night. No, we'll go ahead and get some film, save. Just because I have not been doing great this run. So it is very likely I'm going to end up dying at some point. Girl pointing, and she's pointing. Well, one, she wasn't pointing at anything. But two, we don't have to take that picture because it's just going to re-show us the red candles. Only the red candles are lit. So what we need to do is, it's the obvious puzzle of, okay, if I light this candle, then the two around it will go out. And we need to end up with only the red candles lit. So if I remember correctly, we want to do... you. 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 I have failed. I have failed so bad. Oh boy. Sometimes I get these puzzles instantaneously, and other times I just don't. Come on. So if we start with a U instead, that goes out, but as soon as I light U, the other one goes on again. Now if I were to relight U, but those both go out, but then that would put both those out. There. And we got the demon tag. Scroll. Actually, I'm pretty sure we could skip this one. I don't think she's necessary to fight at this juncture. Rude. Because I don't think she locks this door. Yeah, she doesn't. So we could just run off to the doll room. She'll chase us, but... Bye-bye. Now this one we do have to fight. They're being absolutely rude to me this day. Don't scream. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. She was about to. That doll's head fell off too. And then we get crawling girl photo. Something shows in the photo, and it's the long-armed man grabbing a child. Don't really know what that was supposed to, like, show off. Because, I assume this place didn't start getting haunted by ghosts until after the ritual happened. So either A, that was long-armed man grabbing one of the kids after Ryoko Minakata came over with Yae. That is a possibility, and that the long-armed man was just grabbing the kids, and those missing kids that went missing that were just playing tag, were all grabbed by him. It's possible. Honestly, it's the only thing that kind of makes sense to me, because it wouldn't have been around to grab kids when the calamity was happening, right? That was the whole point of the calamity, was prevent this kind of thing from happening. When I hung up the demon tag scroll, I heard an unlocking sound from the wall. In we go. Which should take us to where we fought editor Ogata. There's demon tag kid. I think this is a spirit stone. Yep. If I remember right, one of the times we come in here, this chest plate shakes. Just as a little haha. Someone's being extremely loud. Lomping around with them big old feetsies. Alright, and now for one of the more annoying fights in the game. I've always not liked this fight. However, I did learn that he actually has a phase where potentially the kid can be up on the rafters in this fight, which I just did not know. Oh, you pain. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there, is this fight is so stupid. And we don't actually have a stone, so we'll need to be careful. This fight's so dumb. What was that, kid? Yeah, he has a phase where he can go up in the rafters. I had no clue. I actually saw it once. Oh, he's behind me. It's behind me again. Come on. Behind me again. Sir, you are being a menace. Such an annoying fight.
I have to give the mirror to that man.
Was he referring to Mafoyu? I have to give the mirror to that man? There is something shiny where the child stood. Look back the holy mirror. I wonder what this mirror means. Good question. I think the clock is the next thing we have to take a picture of. Child's writing. Isn't Makoto ever going to come find me? We're playing demon tag and she's supposed to be the demon. Did she quit, maybe? Hey, I wonder if Makoto likes me. If she ever comes and finds me, maybe I'll just ask her. So yeah. Okay, so Makoto was Ryoko and Yue's daughter. So all these kids are Makoto and her friends. I bet Crawling Girl is actually Makoto. And she was probably looking for her friends in the middle of tag when she got captured by the Long-Armed Man. And the rest of the kids got captured by ghosts, theoretically, after that. Probably also by the Long-Armed Man. I don't think I ever put two and two together, because you only ever hear about Makoto once in that file. Clock stopped at 11:45. It's been stopped for a while. There are cobwebs. Okay. What am I looking at? Yeah, okay, so that's the Long-Armed Man. Something shows in the photo, and it's the little boy getting grabbed by the Long-Armed Man. So the Long-Armed Man just went around grabbing kids when they were in the middle of playing demon tag. Interesting. Okay. Old diary scrap. June 13th, Makoto found an odd camera. She said she found it in the mansion when she was playing demon tag. Tried asking her exactly where in the mansion, but she just keeps saying a girl in a white kimono gave it to her. Can't find out any more about it. June 14th. I had a look at the camera Makoto found yesterday, but I didn't see anything special about it. It's probably left here some time ago by somebody that came to investigate the mansion. June 15th. The weather was wonderful today, and Yae seemed to be feeling better. The three of us decided to take a walk in the mountains. Yae hadn't been out in a long time, and she really seemed to enjoy it. She had fun with Makoto's camera, taking pictures with it all day long. Huh. So you know what? The woman in that photo actually might be Yae? There's a cutscene later on where we see a woman taking random photos in the Koto room, I believe. The one actually behind that window over there. That screen. is the Kodo room. And we get a random cutscene, well, not a random cutscene, a cutscene in there where a woman is taking photos, assumedly of ghosts. And I assumed because she had the camera obscura that that must have been Miku's mother, right? Because she, obviously, she must have gotten this camera from someone. Now, I assumed then that the woman in that cutscene must have been their mom. But that could have been... I don't know. That's very strange. Well, then again... No. Munakata family. We have Miyuki. That's not Makoto. I was about to say, if their mother's name was Makoto, then Miyuki, or their mom, might have changed her last name after being married, and Makoto might have been their mom, which is why they had that camera. But that is not the case. Possess and gave the camera to Miku. How did she get a hold of the camera? Miyuki and Asaki. Are there multiple cameras? Almost have enough to increase performance again. I think next we'll go with maxing out speed. This is actually one of my favorite tracks from the game, is listening to that Kodo. I think it's a very atmospheric. We'll just listen to it for a second. Such a good song. Very atmospheric, especially in the game. And the first time that I heard it when we were playing, when I played it originally, it terrified me just a little bit because it started playing that music, and I was like, "Where the hell is that coming from?" And I assumed it must mean that there was a new ghost I just didn't know about. And then it happened again in my second playthrough, and it might have even been in my original Let's Play of this game. It happened, and I completely didn't hear it. Either I had the volume down too low or something. Didn't hear it, and then when you get close to it, she stops. And that sound effect made me jump. That's also a really cool effect, though, not gonna lie. I've already grabbed the item from it. Never mind. What am I doing? So we can go through this door now. Meaning... Ah! Man and study. Got him. Sturdy looking old desk. No kidding. What about the shiny thing on the end of it? Foyer's notes. Looks like the ghost of the woman with the gouged out eyes reacts strongly to sounds. If I'm really quiet, I can get away without being noticed. You know, why did he drop the camera? Before you left the camera in that main hallway, but obviously it seems like he's been wandering around just fine without it. Did he just assume that Miku would come and try and find him? And she would need it more than he did? It's an old urn in front of the folding screen with a picture of a woman on it. Yeah? And we got a new stone mirror, so we're not in instant death mode anymore. There's something under this table again in this chapter? No. Didn't think there was. Now, if I am correct, if we go out onto the balcony right now, we will in fact have to fight a broken neck, and that one will be required. Because I don't think we are actually allowed to just skip it. So this is Rizoko's ghost. He's the folklorist, the husband of Yae. Found an old diary scrap. June 2nd. Since we moved to Himuro Mansion, my research is progressing even more quickly than I had hoped. The other day I found some documents left by the last master of the Himuro line. They say he went on a murderous rampage and then committed suicide. This mansion is filled with tricky devices and mechanisms. There seems to be some rooms that aren't shown in the house plans. Absolutely certain there are many more documents hidden around the place somewhere. June 5th. I know people in this area are standoffish by nature. The locals here are especially reticent when it comes to talking about the ritual. The Rope Shrine Maiden, the Holy Mirror, the Calamity. I'm sure the ritual must be the key to understanding all of these legends. But the file. This, I think, just shows another brass key or a silver key. Yeah. June 18th. These past few days, Yae has been taking pictures with Makota's camera all over the mansion. I asked her what she was taking pictures of, but she just kept mumbling, "I can see them," as if she were delirious. She wouldn't say anything else. June 19th. Ever since the day we walked in the mountains, Yae hasn't been feeling very well. Today she's in bed and very ill. So she saw the ghosts. The ghost didn't like that. And she got extremely ill again. I'm going to go to the save real quick, I think. Because it's been a second since we saved. Anything here? Pretty sure we're supposed to get new items here. Undid the latch. This just unlocks a shortcut to the staircase room where I keep saying that the floating head should be. Even though she doesn't want to appear. The one time I go out of my way to try and trigger a specific haunting. And the game won't let me. Dampness was warped. Has warped the chest of drawers. The drawers won't budge. Pretty sure I just heard someone say "hey" in my left ear. Ominous. Yeah, I would absolutely love to see a remaster of this game. That'd be absolutely gorgeous, I think. Especially with, like, the means we have today. I would love to see potentially a original trilogy pack where you could play the first, second, and third game remastered. But instead we just got the second game again. I beg to differ, there is something in the... Already carrying the maximum number allowed. Okay, well, we will be swapping to Type 37 film then. We also cut off the Kodo music from playing, unfortunately. And I just missed the app. I noticed it a little too late, but I just noticed that and I missed it again. Yeah. Just barely missed the orange on both of those. Alright. We take a picture of you. which is that crack downstairs. So we need to get into the Kodo room. So we're going to head downstairs and hopefully get through with no hauntings. Crack should be right here. Girl hiding. So I'm going to assume this is once again one of the demon tag kids. She was playing demon tag and was hiding and got grabbed by the long-armed man. We will now head upstairs. And now we can go into the Koto room. Ghost photos are scattered on the desk, just like the ones from my mother's camera.
These photos. They're exactly the same as the ones Mom took. Were they taken with this camera?
Yeah. So that might have been why I got confused when I was younger and did not have media literacy at all. I think I used to think that Yae was Miku's mom, specifically because this combined with the random photo cutscene of her taking photos all around the room. I just assumed, you know, she had to get the camera somehow. So she must have come here researching or something. And the camera got passed down after she was found dead or something. Lady's diary scrap. Now I think this is Yae's journal. Makoto is missing. She said she was only going to play demon tag here in the mansion. I don't think she would have gone outside. She had that camera with her. None of Makoto's 4 friends have come home either. It's as if they've all been snatched up by ghosts. June 27th. It's been 3 days since Makoto was snatched away from us. Everything has been so strange. Ever since we moved to this mansion. Ever since we got that camera. If I lost my sanity now, too, I wouldn't have to think about it anymore. I could be free. I can see them. I can see them now, even without the camera. With the piece of a woman's diary in my file. So yeah, I believe that's Yae's diary. Won't open, and that will not open until the final night, if I remember it correctly. Bronze key. That.
It can't be. How can a camera expose something that doesn't even exist?
It's a big Kodo here. It looks clean, as if it has been used recently. I think it would be really cool to learn the Kodo. Unfortunately, they're expensive. Extremely expensive. Maybe someday, though. I save up for it. I also think it would be cool to have a Shimasen. Which is basically like a, 3-string guitar, basically. It's kind of like a banjo, almost.
I came to research the Himuro family's secret ritual because this blinding mask is the key to the door.
Well, don't use it.
The altar's got to be behind this door.
I found the folklorist's research documents inside the safe. Mask of Reflection. The mask worn by the Himuro family master is called the Mask of Reflection. The legend goes, it can become the face of an angel or a demon, meaning its facial expression reflects the nature of the one who is wearing the mask. Inside Himuro Mansion is the mask room, where all the masks used for the rituals are kept, and the Mask of Reflection serves as its key. The document mentioned that the mask, when worn by the master, turned into the face of a demon at the last ritual. Put the book in my file. Man Before Study.
Why did you have to take your own life?
Why did you have to take your own life, it says. Observatory Man.
Found that camera.
And now we're forced to come out here and witness a cutscene. I'm pretty sure if we don't trigger this, she won't trigger outside. And I think if we're quick, we actually get a quick photo of that. Again.
Mom! Why? What happened?
Yeah, see, so she calls her mom. But that's definitely Yae's ghost, yeah? So did her mom also commit suicide by hanging? Check in this corner real quick. Yeah, no item. So now, our next goal is to run downstairs to the atrium. Hello, bound man. Leave me alone. I don't feel like fighting this day. Quickest way to the atrium actually would have been going back through the save room instead of this room. Rude. I'm pretty sure it would have been... Oh, we're still under attack. Lovely. It would have been going through the... something shining on top. Spirit Stone. Is there another item in there? No. Actually need to check. Scroll. Which I'm pretty sure one of those is also... No, I was wrong. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure one of those is actually supposed to be the demon tag again. It was just a reused asset, and that should be Type 74 film. Through we go. And into the atrium. For the Yae fight. Ah, rude. Nope, 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 nope. Ah! I did not click it in time. Damn. So is Yae actually her mom? I mean, Makoto could be... Maybe she changed her name to Miku? That doesn't explain the last name being wrong, though. I mean, unless she was adopted. She was adopted, right? So maybe Mafoyu's not her real brother. Mafoyu is like her adopted brother?
Where did my daughter go?
Yae's death note. Dear Ryozo, it's all my fault. It's all because I let Makoto use the camera that day. And now even spirits have gone and taken her away from us. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Put Yae Munakata's death note in my file. Demon Tag Girls photo. Family photo. Garie's photo. So hold on. We still don't have anything for the Munakata family on this, which is honestly kind of annoying. We also have Girl in White in here. A mysterious girl who appears inside the mansion. She helps Miku wherever she goes. I don't remember her. Left behind a camera. Brother, sister, benefactor looks for, which was Takamine. Search him for you. Miku's brother, he came to the mansion in search of Takamine. That's very weird. Photo of folklorist daughter Makoto and a girl in a white kimono. There's family photo of folklorist wife Yae and their daughter Makoto. Photo of girls playing demon tag. Someone shows behind the girls. That looks potentially like one of the blinded maidens. Maybe. Yeah, very weird. What did we get from that? We got the... We get an item from that? No. We just got some photos. A brass key. Which got us some information. Yeah, we didn't get a carving piece or anything from that. So what's my goal now? Because we still haven't gotten the blinding mask. We haven't gotten any mask. Finish the demon tag stuff. Theoretically, we should be getting to the point where the masks are now. That should be our next goal. But we didn't get a mask to place. Huh. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything else all the way out there. There's nothing in the well room that we need. That's not accessible in night 2. The doll room. Walkway, which is completely inaccessible at the moment. Or actually, no, we can get into the walkway. We didn't unlock the shortcut back in. Although we do have the storehouse, which is completely locked. That's the family master room. Rope hallway. Fireplace. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is to head back towards the entrance. And that's only because I know that the next spot we're supposed to go is the mask room, right? It's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah. Very weird. Now, we did unlock the shortcut in this room, though. So I will go up that way to unlock, or make it... Oh, rude. Bound man again. We'll go ahead and heal. Just because I don't want to use up my stone mirror for something stupid like him. Thought I'd finally gotten the floating head. No such luck, I guess. Goodbye. Go ahead and save. Yeah, very, very weird. We didn't get anything from it. Unless I missed something on the ground. Suppose I could have missed something on the ground. That is a possibility. I'm gonna head back to the entrance for now. But I get the feeling I'm going to have to figure out what I missed. Because we simply just do not... We don't have the mask to be able to continue this part. If you smack into the ropes in this hallway, she'll freak out. Got another random encounter, and that encounter decided it didn't want to just go away. So we will have to deal with it. Okay. Where'd you go? Thank you. Bound man! Bruh! We told you no. Go away. Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, we should have gotten a mask here, and it's not there. Right. But that does not give me a hint as to where to find said mask. Ah. You know, I'm completely lost. I, for the life of me, cannot think where I'm supposed to go. We didn't get anything from the Yae fight. I guess I could try and head back to the atrium. I mean, clearly there has to be something I've missed, right? We're gonna go this way so that I can unlock the shortcut, so we don't have to take the long way every single time. Which would be this way. There's nothing in the Kodo room, so we shouldn't have to go in there. And I need to find... I don't think it's this one, that's just the crack in the wall. Which I think has a stone mirror. Correct? We're already carrying that. We have the storeroom. I mean, technically, we haven't been back into the storeroom. So... broken neck again, huh? Come on. I can see you. Buddy? You stuck? I can see you. I think she was stuck. She's gonna hit. Yeah, I was about to say, I just about fucked that up. Goodbye. She was stuck in the candles there on the table for a second. That was kind of funny. Well, we've unlocked the shortcut there. I'm gonna go run out to where we had that fight. I think I must have forgotten something. I simply must have. There's nothing on the ground. No, I picked it up. Where in blazes am I supposed to be going? There's nothing in the well run. There's nothing in the fish tank run. The backyard. Forest path. Narukami Shrine. I've been to all those places already. There's nothing in there. We have the stairway, which unlocks the shortcut. That is still locked as far as I'm aware, because that goes into the mask hallway. Because the mask hallway kind of connects to this room and that. So, it's not that. I can't go back to Demon Mouth until I've received the blinding mask, which is behind the mask room. Where is the mask? Is it in the storeroom? Did I just forget that I needed to go to the storehouse? It's just about the only place I could think of that I've not been. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and check out the storeroom. It's the only other thing I could think of. Very, very weird. Alright, Button's device must open the door. Try main demon and chosen age of years, months from the gouged album. I've forgotten what the answer to that is. Those are notebook scraps. Not 3669. 7925. So that's 9, 7, 9, 2, 5. It's not right. Would it be 2579? That's a 1. 2, 5, 7, 9. There. Let me read it again. Shrine Maiden Demon and Chosen Age of Years months. So that would be 10. Right? 10 years, so 1, 0. Now, let me read the file again. Past the age of 7 years, 9 months, and 25 days. Springloaded 10 years later. Chose a maiden with only 7 years, 9 months, 25 days. 7925. Unless I'm getting it wrong. It should be 7925. It's the only thing that makes sense. Seven nine two five. Yeah, I just Googled it. Did I just put it in wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what I put in the first time. Did I not? I'm like 90% sure that's what I put in the first time. This is not where the mask is. I almost guarantee it. Spirit Stone. We got random chest shake. Yeah, sometimes the game just randomly throws random events in. Such as like drawers and everything shaking. Which can, if you're speedrunning the game, really throw you for a loop. Because they are completely random. There are certain areas, like in the Namakami Shrine, the path leading up to it, where it's more likely than others, but most rooms actually have some kind of random element in them. Even if it's just, I think this is going to be Bound Man again. No. Floating woman. It's not a broken neck, is it? I don't hear the, strangling, the rope sound effect. That's weird. Oh, this is a terrible place to have this fight. Absolutely horrible place to have this fight. Got him. This is definitely not where the mask is. I'm gonna have to rack my brain now and figure out what the heck's I'm supposed to be doing. Because I've completely forgotten. We did the Yai fight. Which is all well and good. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Did the Yai fight that took us to the Kodo room. We did the Kodo room. We just didn't get anything from it. And we got a photo of Kirie, excuse me, which doesn't help with anything. Got the family photo, which doesn't help with anything. We got the demon tag photo, which is the atrium. It's them on the porch. That doesn't give me any clue as to where to go. And I'm pretty sure if I look at my photos, which... Yeah, no, I don't even have anything from that fight that, like, showed a different location when we finished. What in the world? What have I missed? Oh, can we come in here? I didn't think this room was accessible yet. Yeah, we have the Grand Hall. Granted, once again, I don't believe there's anything in here. Until Chapter 3. But it's something new to look at. Over there. Nothing over there. There's something there. We do get the floating woman fight in this room, I think. Because we came in it early. When we're on our way back out of it, she'll attack us. I'm like, kind of sure. I vaguely remember that. This takes us to the rope hallway. There was nothing in this room either. Though I did feel... There is something here. The... Controller was pulsing. Evil woman. Huh? No, we'll leave. Try Kodo room again. But I might just have to start... I might just have to look it up. We just simply haven't gotten anything. Thought we were supposed to get the mask from that fight. This is locked until nightfall. Yeah, I'm not even... Did I maybe miss something in the... I can't even remember what room it's called. It's just around the corner. Is it the tatami room? Yeah, I guess it would be called the tatami room. My bad. Maybe I missed something in the tatami room when I used the bronze key. Oh. No, because, like, you come out here, monk guy walks out onto the porch, you see the cutscene, nothing spawns up here, although I'll probably get a broken neck fight. Nothing spawned. And And then we ran downstairs to fight her. What in the world? Let me go ahead and save. And then I might just have to Google it. Because I'm lost. I just don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. That's so strange. That door's locked. That stays locked until night 4. I need the mask in order to go through the entrance hall. Where do I get the mask? It's not in the grand hall, not the rope hallway. It's not in the fireplace room. It's not in kimono room. Let me check doll room again. It might be in doll room. Back to yeah. I think it might be in doll room. The only reason I'm saying that is I vaguely remember that I'm supposed to get a doll puzzle. I didn't get a doll statue, though, and I thought I needed a doll statue for that puzzle. Can you quit moving around like a fool? This is the wrong door. But maybe I didn't need a statue for that puzzle. And maybe it just triggers as soon as this is done. Which will be silly, because I don't think there's any indication that you're supposed to go back to the doll room then. Please don't fight me in this room. This is a hot spot for random fights. And I've been wandering around a little too long without a fight. So the game might throw one at me. It did. It did want me to come back in here. I thought that might have been the case. Yeah, because you have that. And then... yeah, you have to do the who is in front of the back.
I knew it.
Looks like it's covering its eyes. And then we come over here and place it. When I put the Kagame doll on the pedestal, the drawer opens slowly. Was there any indication that I needed to come into this room after all that? After the Yae fight? And we got the angry mask. Yeah, that's the one thing I was missing. Christ. And we instantly get attacked by the bound man again. Or... rude! Hit me with the double attack. That was absolutely rude and uncalled for. I bet you locked the door behind me too, right? I can't even get... no, I can go through that door. You can attack me while I'm doing it, though. Which is also rude. You attacked me twice. This guy's being an absolute... savage. well, we want to make our way back to the entrance. So we'll go through the fireplace room. I feel extremely silly. I remembered the doll room as soon as I read it. I was kind of like, yee. I vaguely remember that. Fucking room. See, like I said, there's random jump scares in all of these holes for some reason. For some reason, it's because it's a horror game, but still. But yeah, very weird. I don't think there was any indication that I needed to go there. Because I don't think it shows anything saying, hey, doll room next. Or I'll have to go back through the footage and see if maybe I just missed a hint. Used to be a mask hanging here. Use the angry mask, of course. Hello, Lightflame. Yes, I am playing Fatal Frame. We were sitting on the couch like a night or two ago, watching GDQ, and we had to turn off the stream because a game had popped up, and we were like, I don't want spoilers to this game. And when we turned it off, we flipped over, and I actually found the original video that had inspired, or not inspired me to play, but got me wanting to play Fatal Frame. It's why I bought Fatal Frame 1 in the first place, which was four-player podcast or something like that, playing a part from Fatal Frame 3 when you're crawling underneath section of the fireplace room. And then I was like, you know what? Yeah, I haven't played through any of the Fatal Frame games in a little over 6 years. So I was kind of like, you know what? This will be fun. I'm going to play that today. And I needed to redo it for the channel anyway, because at least the first 2 games, I'd say, were pretty low quality. The first one for sure. The first one definitely needed to be redone. The second one might still hold up. I'd have to go through that one, though. So yeah, I decided to throw that on. And then in the spirit of GDQ, I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll try and speedrun it. That'll be great. And then I got stuck in chapter 2. The world record for this game is actually 1 hour and 9 minutes, I think. I think we're now approaching 4 hours in, so I don't think I'll be setting any records. But yeah, your favorite ghost, the Broken Neck, has in fact been a terror this entire run. She keeps popping up every other room and tormenting me. But the fun fact that I did learn when I watched a speedrun of this game is you actually don't have to fight a Broken Neck even once in the entire game. There is even the scripted scene where she falls and you have to fight her in the atrium. If you let her spawn, you do have to fight her there. But you don't get stalled during that cutscene. So you can technically run back to the burial room, and if you walk through the door, it despawns her. So if you can get through that door before she locks them, you can actually avoid that fight completely. But yeah, no, she's been an absolute terror in this playthrough. Mostly because she is like one of the only ghosts that they use for random encounters. So that just is what it is. Don't see a key. Right. But yeah, it's just been so long that I actually have forgotten just a whole lot of the late game. The first chapter went through fine. I think I went through the first night pretty much flawlessly. And then we got to night 2. And I got through the first part fine. Up to the Yae encounter, the woman who hangs herself. And after that, I just completely lost the plot and didn't know where to go. I'm not sure if there was like an indication on where you're supposed to go. That I just talked over or missed when I finished the Yae fight. But like, I wandered the entire mansion except for the one room I was supposed to go to, unfortunately. Which lost me like a full hour, I'm sure.
Must be somewhere in this mansion.
But yeah, I've tried the Dawn of War Winter Assault map. I think I was on level 3. I tried it a handful of times off stream, and did not meet any more success than what I had previously. So I'm probably going to abandon that stream, honestly, because, oh boy. I might come back to it, but I have had no success with that level at all. Even looking up a guide, I kept failing it. So, I might just start streaming through the Fatal Frame games again. I'm playing through the first one now, obviously, but I might go ahead and pick up the second one. And third one, honestly, as well. Because I think we probably plan on playing the 4th game for Halloween this year. But we'll have to see. I would recommend going to the beginning. I was talking about the potential of making a archipelago out of Fatal Frame and some of the downfalls I had with that. The masks and their significance and rituals. The Binding Ritual and the Demon Tag Ritual are performed by the Himuro family master. Master wears a mask when he performs the ritual. This is probably to eliminate the maiden of all worldly connections. All participants of the ritual are family members, meaning the one who is sacrificed and the one who performs the sacrifice may be directly related. My theory is that the mask serves to eliminate the maiden's attachment towards her family. Gouging out the eyes of the demon in the blind demon ritual may have similar meaning. Indeed. Second one's gotten a big fancy remake at this point, as far as yes, it does. I was actually complaining about that earlier. Because I would rather have wanted to see a remake of the first game, or if they were going to do a remake, maybe do, like, in the same vein as the, Crash Bandicoot Spyro Trilogy collections. I would have liked to have seen the first 3 games remade in a trilogy pack. Even if it wasn't one big pack even. But like seeing the first 3 remade with today's graphics, like specifically with the graphics from Black Maiden even. Seeing that remaster would have been great. But instead we got our 3rd or 4th remaster of Crimson Butterfly, which, don't get me wrong, that game does deserve it. It truly does. It's probably the best in the series, without having played 4 or 5, obviously. I don't know. But, like, the second game does deserve to be remastered, and I'm sure that the new remaster is absolutely gorgeous, too. I haven't played it personally, but I'm sure it is. But, like, it was released on the PS2. And then they remastered it on the Wii. but the US didn't get that remaster. But they remastered it on the Wii when they released the 4th game, I believe. Because they had made a Fatal Frame game with those controls. They were like, oh yeah, we'll just remaster the 2nd game, but I believe it only got released in Europe and Japan. And then if I am correct, I could be wrong, but they remastered it again on PS3, and once again, that version was only ever in Europe and Japan, and never came to the US. I could be wrong about that one. I might be wrong about that. That might have just been a fake one that I'm, like, half remembering. Because, of course, Fatal Frame 1 through 3 were released on the PSN store, so of course I've played them on the PlayStation 3 already. But I'm wanting to say that that Crimson Butterfly got remastered. I don't have the Did I grab the wrong mask? Did I grab any mask? I don't think I grabbed any mask, actually. Happy mask. Take it down? Yes. I think the door just locked. Did I miss something? Again? Okay. But now, obviously, we've gotten a Crimson Butterfly remaster for, for PS5 and everything. So it's like, Crimson Butterfly has been remastered enough times. Now, the 4th game obviously deserved a remaster because it had only been on the Wii. And that Wii version never made it out of Japan. So when it got remastered, that was great. Because it was like, okay, this is the only way to play it was Japanese Wii version, and now we have an official translation on better consoles. So, like, the 4th one being remastered was perfectly fine in my book. The 5th one being remastered was weird. Granted, it was a Wii U exclusive, and I think the reason they remastered it was so it could be on other consoles. So I get it, but also, where's the love for the 1st and 3rd game? Come on. Out of curiosity, out of something I remembered a few days ago, were you ever able to complete Spirit Camera on the 3DS? The short answer, no. Long answer, I owned it. I tried playing it, but I could never get the 3DS to cooperate with playing the game. And what I mean by that is the 3DS camera requires you to obviously take pictures around you, but a lot of the game required extremely bright areas in order to scan specific things and find them. And for whatever reason, no matter how bright I could get a room, it would never be able to scan those items. And it got very, very frustrating, and I stopped. It's one that I do eventually want to go back to and attempt. Just out of curiosity to know what that game even was. But as of right now, no. I don't think I even got out of the first chapter of that game, because I just simply could not get the game to cooperate with me playing it. Before I use note, I felt some especially powerful energy off of that woman in the white kimono. I think she's probably the one behind this mansion's curse. I have to appease her spirit somehow before anyone else falls victim to this mansion. I have to find out what exactly is keeping her drawn back to this world. And why did she let me go when she had me? Maybe that has something to do with it. Yeah, it is really unfortunate. Now, especially because the commercial for that was just so damn interesting as well. Like, I don't know if the US even got that commercial, but there is a Japanese commercial for that game. And it's like it's its own whole movie almost, if I remember correctly. It was a wild commercial. Herbal medicine. Undid the latch on this door. Where do you go? Excuse me. Lamp hallway. Okay, fair enough. So does Hidden Pass. Hidden Pass goes to Lamp hallway. Yeah, all these yellow doors mean that they're hidden doors that can go one of two ways. Now, right now, if I were to run all the way back here, I would not be able to go through this door even if I had Angry Mask, because that door is flopped. I need to get into that door. That door requires all 4 masks to be in here, so I need to find the Mask of Reflection in order to get into that door. So we're going to have... Our goal right now is to find the Mask of Reflection. Imagine they made a Fatal Frame using better AR, or even a VR Fatal Frame. Funny you mentioned that. If I remember correctly, there were talks of a VR Fatal Frame that got canceled. And that was actually going to be for the Switch, when the Switch 1 was originally announced. Instead, the Switch didn't get anything for Fatal Frame, which was weird. Other than, I think, the Maiden of Blackwater, or Fatal Frame 5 remaster, that got ported over to Switch when they pulled it off of the Wii U store. I don't think I need to take your picture because I believe your carving is just in the center of this room. I would 100% play a Fatal Frame VR game. I think that would be really cool. In fact, there might even be mods to turn certain games into VR for PS2. I know that the GameCube has it. Gold carving. That's exactly what I needed. So I remember that. Yeah, as soon as I figured out the doll room puzzle, I got put back on track immediately. So silly. Granted, VR absolutely destroys me. I'm sure if I spent more time with it, I would eventually get used to it. But, as of right now, it absolutely destroys me every single time. So that's my end block. You go... Actually, so you need to go up to the top right. You need to go in the bottom. There we go. There we go, Mask of Reflection. Can't describe its facial expression, it is very strange. Is this where we have to fight Ryozo for the first time? It is. So Ryozo is Yae's husband, the folklorist. Ah! Rude. Oh yeah, so I couldn't remember. I think I was mentioning this earlier before you joined the stream. Yae, during that whole bit, Miku calls her mother. I don't remember Yae being Miku's mom, though. Which absolutely confused me, because I was looking here, right, at the correlation chart, which just shows the, like, family connections. And Yae, Ryoto, and Makoto are all of the Munakata family. Ryoko, Ryoko? God damn it, what's his name? Ryozo, excuse me. Ryozo is the dad. He was a researcher, and he came out to this house to find a place to kind of get away from the hubbub of the regular world because Yae wasn't feeling well, his wife. When they moved here with their daughter, Makoto, and Makoto ended up finding a camera and started taking pictures with it. And she showed her mom, and her mom took it. Yae took it and started taking photos. And then they started playing Demon Tag one time. Like, Makoto invited some friends over, they played Demon Tag, and the long-armed man started grabbing them while they were hiding. And all the kids went missing, and Yae kind of went crazy, and she ended up killing herself. Well, during that cutscene, Miku goes, Mom, you know, looking at her, and what have you. And Miku obviously ends up with the camera at some point, but it's given to her by her mother. But she's looking at Yae, says Mom, and then obviously from the Hinasaki family chart, we can see that Miku has Mafuyu and Miyuku, not Yae, as her mother. But Makoto was adopted. So technically, if she was adopted, she would be... I would think that she would change her last name, probably? I don't know actually how adoption works in that sense. I guess that would be a choice. But it also doesn't change the fact that Miku is Miku. Makoto is an entirely different name. Which I guess some of the letters there are the same. I mean, Miku, Miko. So she might have just completely changed her name when she got adopted. Or maybe Japanese adoption allows them to change the full name. But yeah, it's just... I don't remember if Miku was Makoto originally, and that's how she got a hold of the camera after all that went down, and she just forgot about this mansion, or what? But that whole situation right there is absolutely confusing me at the moment, because I don't remember how all that worked out. But yeah. Okay, so you go into the stairway. I can unlock this door now. No, I cannot. I cannot unlock this door now. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that just goes to show it has been way too long since I have last played this game, because I basically forgot all of that. I think up to this point, I always just assumed Yae was Miku's mom. And then I was reading through the files again during this playthrough, and I was like, hold on. Yae is the folklorist, and her daughter is Makoto. So, I just ended up getting very, very confused from that. Or maybe I used to know it, and I had just forgotten, got confused this time around. Alright, so we needed the happy mask. We can come back over here. And finally put that mask up here. To unlock the door. And now with the Mask of Reflection, that door remains unlocked. And I could come in through here. Weird paranormal shit. You know, yeah, I mean, it could just come down to weird paranormal shenanigans. The only other thing I can think of is Yae is not her mom, but Yae looks like her mom. So she was freaking out. But then that begs the question, how did her mom get a hold of the I think I can actually leave that there. How did her mom get a hold of the camera at that point? You should be openable. Yes. But yeah, the other explanation, of course, is that Makoto, or Yae, just looks like Miku's mother, and her mother did something similar, which is why she was kind of freaking out. I don't remember that, though. You know, this all might be in the manual, actually. There's a mask like an eye mask on top of a glazed altar. You know what? Actually, now I am interested. I'm gonna go ahead, and I think I have the case for this in the other. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright. I found the case. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not playing this on console this time around. I tried hooking up my PS3 and it just would not actually show through my Elgato, so I ended up just grabbing my ISO and playing it through emulator. Okay, so the back of the box. Based on a true story, Fatal Frame is sort of guided by her uncanny sixth sense and armed only with an antique camera, Miku sets out to solve the mystery of her brother's disappearance. As the story unfolds, she discovers ominous details about the Himuro Mansion's troubled past. The property and surrounding area have a dark history involving grisly murders, an evil cult, and restless spirits. This very realistic survival horror game will shock you, and the constant feeling of terror will keep you up at night. So there's nothing in there. Now if I open it and grab the manual, manuals back in the day usually had more information. So 9 days have passed since Mafuyu, brother of Miku Hinasaki, had disappeared. It all began about a month ago. The media reported that the famous novelist Jinsei Takamine disappeared while gathering research for an upcoming novel. Mafuyu, an aspiring journalist, suspected that something was wrong. Why would his mentor simply vanish into thin air? Mafuyu decided to conduct a private search for his friend, with the investigation eventually leading him to the grounds of a secluded mansion. The Himuro Mansion stands silent and imposing deep within the forest. It's said that years ago the mansion belonged to a powerful landowner who had absolute control over the area, but now it's a shadow of its former self, dilapidated and desolate. As Mafuyu searches the mansion, he found scraps of paper left by Jinsei and his staff throughout the mansion. The writings recounted a number of ominous events that happened in the mansion's dark past. Eager to find additional clues within the mansion, Mafuyu rushed in and suddenly realized that he wasn't alone. Miku came to the Himuro Mansion in search of her missing brother, but she had no idea what she was getting into. And then we have the table of contents. We have story on page 1, which is, I think, what I just read. controls, how to start the game, screen description, gameplay menu, blah, 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 environment, and character profiles. So I'm going to swap to page 24. Yeah, back when manuals were actually worth a damn. Now games don't even come with these, and if they do, it's just a, you need to buy the battle pass. These used to be cool. Option screen, save, load, save photographs, album screen, viewing else, environment. Chimera Mansion. A huge mansion stands beneath a mountain at the edge of a small, nameless village. It said that long ago the mansion belonged to a powerful landlord who had absolute control. The locals still talk about the Himuro family, referring to the many rumors and myths surrounding them. However, none of the townsfolk are willing to approach the mansion, which has now fallen into a state of disrepair. And then we have character profiles. So we have Miku Hinasaki. Miku is the main character of Fatal Frame. Her family has a history of people gifted with a special sixth sense. Like the rest of her family, Miku can see things that ordinary people cannot. Because of her special ability, Miku has a difficult time maintaining friendships. Most people she encounters finds her a little strange. Mofoyu, her brother, is the only one who accepts her for who she is. After all, he understands what she's going through. And then we have Mofoyu Hinasaki. Mofoyu is Miku's brother. After the mysterious death of their parents, he is the only family Miku has left. Mofoyu visits the Himuro Mansion in search of Takamine, a famous novelist and his mentor who has disappeared. Mofoyu also has a sixth sense, and just like his mother, can seal a spirit's soul in a photograph with a special antique camera. So yeah, her parents are dead. Her mother is dead, but it only says under mysterious circumstances, right? Miyuki is the mother of Miku and Mofoyu, having her own keen spiritual sense. Miyuki, like her daughter Miku, spent her childhood as a social outcast. She was also very worried about the supernatural powers she may have passed down to her children. Before her mysterious death, a sickly Miyuki left her beloved antique camera to her children. So how did Miyuki end up with that camera? Because either A, that implies that after Yae used it, that it somehow got into Miyuki's hands. So either it was passed down to her, or for some reason she ended up with it. Or the other implication there is that there has to be multiple camera obscuras, right? Like there would have to be more than one. And that Miku's family also just happened to have one of those cameras. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense, right? But yeah, her mother died of mysterious circumstances as well. And yeah, looking at her photo in the manual, they do look very similar. So I guess that's the idea there. Is that she's just, she saw Yae hang herself, and was like, oh no, that's my mom. But it wasn't really her mom. It just really looked like her mom. Ugh. Very, very, very strange. Looked it up myself to be sure, and yeah, the two women are just very similar. Yeah, okay. I missed the beefy manuals. So much material you could easily refer back to, and genuinely saved my ass in Sonic and the Black Knight because of a technique I never learned. Also, just good reading material on car rides, especially the old strategy guys. Oh my god, I remember getting a new game, and then being like, oh yeah, Dad's gotta drive us home, which we've always lived out in who knows where, so it's always like a 20 to 30 minute drive to get home. And you open up that game, crack open its manual, and it gives you something to look forward to before you pop that bad boy in when you get home. And that has just not been a thing since the PS3. It started getting phased out towards the end of the PS3's life, And then, like, PS4 and PS5 just completely got rid of it completely. And I'm just like, I miss that, you know? That's just unfortunate that they had to get rid of it. Now you get one flimsy little sheet of paper, and it's like, here's the battle pass. If you want, you can get Game of the Year for Fallout 4. So dumb. Absolutely dumb. Alright. There is a mask, like an eye mask, on top of the glazed door. I got the blinding mask. There are huge stakes through the eyes. Mask is different from the others. Maybe it's supposed to be used somewhere else. Answer is yes, it is supposed to be used somewhere else. We use it in the Demon Mouth, which is where we will be heading next. Reading the instruction manual for Metroid Prime 3 Corruption during a school bus ride was a core memory for me. Very understandable. That's locked. Can I get that photo? No, I cannot. But I will need this mask again. I'll take the mask down. I'll need that in order to get out. So no, I did need to pick that up. That's my bad. Oh, little priesty man. That it was. So that actually must have been Ryozo then. Angry Mask is hanging. Why is the Angry Mask hanging here? I had to take it off to go put it on that middle pillar. Weird. Moving on. Oh, come on. The Bound Man has also been an absolute pain this run. I just don't get it. Him and Broken Neck. Which, granted, of course, as soon as you got here, Broken Neck started to play nice. But yeah, Bound Man there has also been an absolute pain this entire run. Okay, we need to make it back to Demon Mouth. Which, to get to Demon Mouth, I need to go upstairs, which I'm going to save. There we go. We need... Hold on. Trying to remember now. No, I need to go... did I go through the Demon Tag room? I might actually have to go the long way, because I think that... Bound Man! Fuck off! I don't... I think my last visit through the, Demon Tag was the opposite direction. So I don't think I can actually go through it. No! No, it is on this side. Right, because Bound Man was attacking me when I went through it last time! I swear, the ghosts are being extremely rude to me this playthrough. I don't get it. Yeah, this is the quickest way I can go. Get back to this room. Which, every single time I've entered this room, Broken Neck has tried to fight me. So just a heads up. I'm shocked. She has popped up every single time. In fact, right before you got on, she attacked us in there. And... she got stuck in the table. She just was phased into the table and wouldn't move for the longest time, and I couldn't attack her. because she was inside the table, so the camera didn't latch onto her. Bound man, again. Bro. Chill out. If I remember right, once we get in here, we'll have to fight Ryozo again. Bound man, fuck off, please. The game break? No. Nope, 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 nope. Broken neck somehow remembered. Reminds me I don't want to deal with being around. Broken neck somehow remembers me and doesn't want to deal with me being around. You know what? Yeah. Possibly. It's possible. Yeah, there's only two ghosts so far in the series. Obviously, without having played 4 or 5, I can't say that for sure now. But there's 2 ghosts in the series that make me uncomfortable. One of them being the ghost in a box, or a woman in a box, from 2. I never did like her. And you had to deal with her twice. The other one I think is either from 2 or 3. I think it's 3. Is the woman who screams at the top of her lungs and falls down the staircase. Like, you go into the stairwell sections, and you just hear a piercing scream, and then she falls from the ceiling all the way down the staircase, and it's just like a shambled mess at the bottom. That ghost also. And I don't think it's the ghost itself, it's just the high-pitched scream, because it can become a random battle. So, the scripted one doesn't get me. But then when you come back later, and it's only, I think, in specifically that room. So, every single time you go into that room after that, there's always that anticipation that random battle will trigger. And you'll have to hear the high-pitched squeal again from that fight. I remember you having an issue with the ghost with really long arms back in the... Did I? Possibly. Possibly. He doesn't get me anymore. Although I did used to think he was a woman. But his name is actually Man with Long Arms. It's in the files. Ah! Gotcha, before you can teleport. And then she teleported right beside me. Ooh, I barely got her, but she is going to teleport right into me. I saw that one coming because I did not get the 0 shot on her. I was not expecting to take so much damage. Honestly, I wasn't expecting this to take me 4 hours to beat. But when you get lost for an hour, I suppose it's just bound to happen. Oh yeah, here's a fun one. I don't think if I ever actually noticed this and or used it, but while you're in the camera, if you hold square, you move the camera faster. I didn't remember that, but yeah. You have your basic speed here, but if you hold square, you go way faster. Of course, if you click triangle, you do a 180 completely. Distinctly remember you just did not like those long arms at all. Excuse me. My bad. Got the sudden urge for a sneeze. Distinctly remember you just did not like those long arms at all. It was your least favorite of them all from the first game, aside from our mutual dislike for the Family Okay, well, the reason I don't like the Family Master was not because the Family Master was scary, it's because he's a dick. I did not like him because he is just a really hard fight. He is possibly the hardest fight in the game, and it's just because he wants to be a dick. Man is an absolute menace. I am really excited to play the 4th and 5th game, though. Arms! Unhand me! Yeah, he is. Family Master is hated for a completely different reason. You only have to fight him twice, but Jesus is he irritating. Alright, and we are quickly approaching the end of night 2. The mirror. For your son. Father! One of these days we will do Shenmue for the channel. Today is not that day, though. Now we should get a lovely visit from Kyrie. Now, I think this is another situation where you do need to run into her, not away from her. Because, yeah, running away just prolongs the inevitable, if I remember correctly. We're gonna run away just in case, but I'm pretty sure it's just a situation where you're delaying the inevitable. No? Well, I'm glad I ran away from her. Evidently, it was the right thing to do. Unless that's optional, and if you just get grabbed immediately, then it immediately puts you into night 3. Alright, this is the last big jog of the game. And if I remember correctly, the Calamity, 3rd night, is literally just go find 4 seals. The level. We have to... Ball. Yeah, it even flashed to each of the locations. There are 4 monks that have the seal carvings that we need in order to get through the Moon Shrine door. And those 4 monks, this place, I'm pretty sure Mafoyu went through that door. Indeed. And we will also go through that door. We have 4 places we need to go. One of them is at the very end of the Abyss, right outside of the atrium. One of them is in the atrium. I'm pretty sure it's that spot there. Another one, I believe, is in the Square Garden. And then the last one, I believe, is in the backyard. We need to go to all 4 of those places, pick up the carvings, and then we take those carvings and bring them to the moon altar right here. And I think that's the chapter. The only reason we're going in here real quick, because I think we need to pick up the mirror piece that we should have picked up in the cutscene, but then dropped. Munakata. Rude. You know what? I actually haven't upgraded my camera in a hot minute either. I probably should. Shenmue, Shen 2, Shenhu. Ryu Hinasaki. We appreciate that, man. Don't attack me. We're gonna get out of this and immediately get attacked in the crotch. Bruh, who asked? You know, that's actually kind of funny. Hold on. Her name is Hinasaki, yeah. Hinasaki. Isn't that Shenmue's last name as well? Ryu Hinasaki? Or is it Hanasaki? Could just be a very, very common Japanese family name. You know, like Tanaka. That one's pretty standard. Takamura. Spirit Stone. I know we need to come in here.
My friend. Don't you recognize me?
Hazuki. Damn it. The Calamity. Calamity in the year 1837, on the 13th day of the 12th month, the Shringling ritual failed and caused the Calamity. Malice escaped and 1347 souls were lost. That wasn't entirely necessary then. I mean, it was, but if you technically remembered, the code, you wouldn't have to run in here. I don't think. Hello. You have a name. I don't remember what it is, but you do have a name. I think it starts with an A. It's like Amuro. Well, Amuro is the name of the main protagonist in Gundam, but it's like a Muro or something like that. Where the girl pointed, there's a book that seems to belong to the folklorist. Okay. Moon Shrine. Small shrine in the atrium of Himuro Mansion is called the Moon Shrine. It enshrines the maidens who were sacrificed in rituals. Inside the Moon Shrine is an empty well called the Moon Well. The moonlight shines down to the bottom on the night of the ritual. The Rope Shrine Maiden is supposed to purify her body with moonlight at the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well is connected to the basement, and only the maiden uses this path to reach the basement. According to the legend, the first Rope Maiden was buried in the Moon Shrine. However, no body or documents were found inside. I wonder where the first Rope Maiden has been enshrined. We're gonna ignore you. If we can. We can. Alright, let's get out of this basement, which, if I remember correctly, we will get a lightning bolt at the top of this ladder. No, we got shakes. You know, that makes sense because how in the hell would I get lightning in an enclosed space like this? It was an earthquake, not a lightning bolt. But yeah, our goal currently is to get into the Moon Shrine. And in order to get into the Moon Shrine, I think you need 1 carving. And then inside the Moon Shrine, you need 4 carvings. And unfortunately, we can't just go grab those 4 carvings. You have to take the picture of the each altar place. Paranormal lightning. You're right. Anything can happen. Which this should be when we have to fight the Mist Dude. His name's like Floating Face or something like that. Bruh. Where are you at? Bruh! That's rude. I actually... There we are. He just wasn't wanting to show up. I believe this fight is required. He locks the doors. Followed by supernatural thunderstorms. You know? I like it. It's as best as an explanation as any. Another supernatural earthquake. We appreciate. And then we have this. And the seal is, like, literally right behind you. But you have to take that picture first. And then the actual photo is, like, right over here. And that... Yeah. I gave up just a second too soon and was going to turn around. Crushed woman. And then we'll go ahead and save, I think. And I'm going to look at my camera and see if we can't upgrade. We should be able to. I've got 39,000 points. I've not been paying attention. Oh no. Alright, we'll go ahead and increase the max value. We'll increase the speed to max. And then when we get 24,000 points, we'll upgrade the range. Look, man, when the ghosts are angry, they do some weird bullshit. That's all I gotta say. This is very true. But, you know, at least your presence is keeping the broken necks away. Because she was being really irritating. I cannot express this enough. She was being a pain. Hey, look, it's the Family Master. She was being a pain for the first half of the game. I think she got upset that I skipped her encounter. Because, yeah, she falls off to the side over here in a scripted event. But if you run back this way and go through the door before she actually spawns in, and then you walk in and immediately walk back out, it despawns her. And I did that. I think she just got really pissy. Which, I mean, I guess understandable. There's the paranormal lightning. It's understandable. If my one goal in the game was, in fact, to jump scare you at that point in time, you know, at least have the decency to let me do it. That is in the altar room. How do I get there from here? I need to go there. There is a door here, technically, although it's not shown on the map. Let's go that way, then. If it's not there, then we'll have to go to the entrance. Turning Mask Man. Then we'll have to go to the entrance. Who would have thought Ghost is super effective against Ghost? Yeah, I ghosted the Ghost, and that really set her off. My bad. Okay. Which, this is the Family Master fight, and that. Document on binding. Show the maiden no mercy. Cast the rope on her limbs, from right arm, then the other. From right foot, then the other. Ceremonial rope. And then I'm pretty sure what it's this one. You have to do like a Z formation. And they felt the need to have that play 4 times. Granted, yes, you can skip it, but still. Haha! But now we must fight the Family Master. Here's to hoping this goes well. I did just upgrade my camera. I'm honestly tempted to almost grab the Type 74 film. Teal carving. Ugh. Alright. Oh no, he's in full dick mode already, I can tell. I can tell. He is in 100% dick mode already. It's time for Jackass O'Clock is right. This man is just a pain in the ass. Man. Almost out of herbal medicines, and you have to fight him twice. You fight him here, then you collect all the seals, and then you have to fight him again in the hall something corridor. Oh, haha, got him. Got him good that time. Whoa. Quit warping me out. There we go. Man. You're pissing me off. Got him. Okay. First try. We did get him. Technically, I don't think we've died yet this playthrough. Though we've gotten close. And they did make me use up all my herbal medicines. Alright, we got the teal seal, which means I need to run back over there. Because like I said, unfortunately I can't just go grab the other seals, despite the fact that I know where those other carvings are. Unfortunately, the game just does not let you do that. It forces you to go take those 4 pictures. To be fair, he might get me in the second hallway. What's it called? The Grand Hall? He might get me in there when we have to go in there. Oops. Think I screwed up? I did. Okay, where did I screw up? I thought I had that perfect first try. So I need to get you out of there. I move you that way. You can go down there. You can go down there. You can go up there. You can go down there. Okay, there we go. Found the folklorist's research. The mystery of the cabinet and the moon well. The moon well inside the moon shrine is hidden with a trick mechanism. The cabinet moves and opens up the entrance to the moon well when a certain routine has been performed, but I have no idea how this is done. There is only a vague description on the trick device. Acquire the symbols from the 4 rope pullers and show the Himuro family master's seal. This must mean that opening the door requires the symbols carried by the 4 priests participating in the ceremony, and the Himuro family master's seal. However, now that the family has ceased to exist, there is no way of knowing how to acquire either the symbols or the seal. But the funny part is the 4 people who perform the ritual are then slaughtered, and their remains are, in fact, in those 4 locations I mentioned. And then the Family Master Seal is unfortunately in the Grand Hall. We have to get that one last. It does not let us do that until we've captured all 4 seals. Wasn't this the funny door puzzle I solved on my first try, or am I thinking of a different door sliding puzzle? No, I'm pretty sure that is the one that you solved on your first try. I was like, yeah, it takes me a few tries to get some of these, and then you popped off in the middle of summer vacation and managed to get it first try, no issues, no problems, and I went, well, okay. Okay, dokie. Alright, so the first one, if I'm remembering correctly, should be right here. It's literally just right here.
Poor girl. It's too bad, but it must be sealed.
And then for whatever reason, these guys are called the Headless Monks, despite the fact they clearly have heads. Ah, too early, too early. I mean, I guess their heads just randomly disappear throughout the fight, so maybe that's why they're called the Headless Monks. Remember my first introduction of Fatal Frame was helping you with that puzzle. I also remember it because of your flabbergasted reaction. I just wasted all of that paper. Yeah, because I had marked it down and was trying to go through all the different variations.
Her only purpose is to die.
Priest's writings. Kyrie has been acting strangely ever since she met the young guest. I do not suppose she is attracted to him. She becomes too deeply involved with this world because of him. She may lose her potential as a proper shrine maiden. We'll have to do something, and quickly. Do I get the, Oh, wait, no, you don't get 4 seals. You get the photograph, and the photograph shows which one you're supposed to click when you get back to the main room. That's what it is. And then we get another lovely photo of someone being strangled right here. For points, you understand. Hirosaka, the editor. Or not editor, the assistant. Now, if we're unlucky, we'll get a random battle once we hit the middle platform here. No, we're good. Cool.
Why did you become attached to this world? You'll only suffer.
And then we'll run back this way. Yeah, I guess that's why they're called the Headless Monks, is because they spend most of the battle with no head. Ah, rude. Ah, got him. Oh, absolutely rude. I got you fair and square. You didn't have to hit me with, like, the Will-O-Wisp little creeps. Yeah, you gonna show your head? Sir! Sir! He's being absolutely rude. There we go. So, Water Monk was like the, I don't know, Selkie sign. Vaguely looked like the Selkie sign from Crystal Chronicles. Hitting me with Will-O-Wisps from the grave. We followed the master's orders and hid the guest. I told Kyrie our guest had gone home. We will have to carry the body far, far away so that Kyrie never finds out. Felt sorry for the poor man, but what else could I do? We priests must protect the Rope Shrine Maiden at all costs. Do we get a stone mirror back here? No! It's gone in this chapter. That was another issue that would have happened in the Archipelago. Well, I mean, I guess it's not really an issue, but stone mirrors in general would have been a pain to have to code around. Because you can only have one at any given time. So unless you did like a stone mirror storage, that one would kind of be weird to do in an archipelago. It's like, oh yeah, you've collected a stone mirror. So we'll just keep it here for you until you can actually pick it up. Okay, so from here, I want to go into Square Garden. So we're going to go into the ceremony room again. Want to know another thing that I didn't get this playthrough? Or at least haven't yet. I could jinx myself. I tried purposefully getting the floating head encounter, which is a scripted event in that room, and it refused to show up. Despite my best tries, it refused to actually show up in the room. Because it's supposed to fall down that staircase, if I remember correctly. And it just did not want to go down that staircase. I went the very long way. My bad. Let me go ahead and save. Too early. Sir. We're almost at a Type 37 film, I've just noticed. That's just an S. To be fair, if this didn't actually require seals,
Before it's too late. Hurry.
if this didn't actually require seals and instead required just clicking random images or the symbols all around the altar, then the only seal it actually required was the Family Master seal, which theoretically definitely could have been buried with the Family Master. So if you knew where the Family Master was buried, then you probably would have been able to find the Family Master seal, and then it would have just been a simple process of elimination. There's only so many combinations you could do with 4 numbers without repeating any of the same number. Without repeating any of the same symbol. The ritual failed. The mansion is filled with the malice, and that malice has made the Master lose his sanity. Who would have thought this calamity would happen? It's all over now. There's no telling what will happen unless we find a way to close the gate before it opens completely. Indeed. Alright, and then the last one. Did that one. We did the one up there. The backyard. Wrong trigger zone. Now we might have to fight a ghost in the fish tank room. Yep, okay. If I remember right, she is technically random, but she appears more times than not. Loading woman. Rude. Come on. She disappeared right before I could attack. I'm gonna have to pass her now. She was getting too close. Ah, oh, rude. There we go. I believe she does lock the doors around you, so you can't pass her. You can't just run through that one. Which is what it is. That being said, I do need to do the code here. So, I gotta remember what that code is. Not notebook, scraps, the calamity. 1837 or 1347 or 1312. I'm gonna guess it's 1837 or 1347. Malice Souls Lost, 1347. 1, 4, 7. Yeah, 1347 events. We'll probably end up getting a lightning shock scare here as well, unfortunately. Oh yeah, there was another one. When you first come out here, you actually get a ghost encounter up there. I was actually able to find that one this time around, which was kind of nice. We did get the lightning shock scare. Rude. Okay, that was rude. This one was aggressive as heck. Damn it, missed it again. Ah. This one wanted to be aggressive. Lord.
When the calamity comes, we're all dead.
I believe now that the Master's decision was a poor one. Karie has realized that we hid the guest. Karie is depressed and anxious. The day of the ritual is fast approaching. I hope and pray everything goes well. Alright, those are the 4 priests I had to find, so I'm going to go ahead and save. And then we will go back to the Moon Shrine. And not get hit with a second encounter in this room. Thank you. I'll do it. You. And head back to the Moon Shrine. Starting to wonder if my presence has a good luck charm or something. Lucky scarf just hanging around for support. You know what? It could be. We haven't gotten a single broken neck since you joined the stream. Fortunately, I am going to have to look in my inventory at those photos because I can't remember which one goes to which side. Left side of cabinet, some stone monument shows in the photo. So that is the one out in the atrium. So the atrium priest is a question mark. So that should be that one. And then we have you. The second one is the water one. And the burial mound one was like Silky sign. Third one. I think that one's the square garden. And the square garden. Okay. There's the question mark with the dot above it. It happened. I must have read the wrong side. My bad. but something's been taken out. Wonder what it is. And then you get one of the scariest shots, in my opinion. Red liquid appears out of the hole in the pedestal in front of the cabinet. And then all of a sudden, you could start just following a red trail. I did think that this was a really cool bit in the original. Unfortunately, it leads to the fucking Family Master again. There's a stone mirror back here. No, it's a spirit stone. I could really use a stone mirror right now. I think. Anti. Yeah, I could really use a stone mirror right about now. I say that because we're gonna have to fight the Family Master again, and I might die. I very well might die. Quickest way to the Family Master in this case is this way. Lots of something red like blood run along the wood hallway. Walkway. Fact, before we go fight him, I will save again. And I'm only going to do that because I get the feeling I will die here. I could probably get away with using a sacred water. And that will avoid it. But just in case, I'd rather be on the safe side. Now, return to game, thank you. Thing at the end. Oh! Nope, just an herbal medicine. Granted, that'll help. That will help. That's the storeroom. There was nothing in there. In fact, it is night 3. There might be a stone mirror in there now. Big pool of blood.
Kyrie, the strangling ritual.
Is he gonna be a dick again? He's playing hide and seek. He's gonna be a dick again. Didn't even do damage. You kidding me? Why aren't you doing damage? Two of my shots just didn't even do anything? Oh, buddy. He is gonna be a dick in me. Oh, I've cornered myself. I've cornered myself. I've cornered myself. Ooh. Time once again strikes, jackass the clock. It's so true, though. This guy is a dick. But we might just get through this. Oop, I'm out of film. Yep. Oh man, this is silly. Man made me use an herbal medicine, a sacred water, and I'm probably gonna have to use another sacred water. Granted, I think that was the last fight of this level. Master's Seal. Yeah, unfortunately, I will probably have to use that sacred water. Type 74 film. I mean, I guess I just replaced it, so it's not that big of a deal. Whew. Yeah, no kidding. I almost died. So far, it's still a deathless run. Although, now I don't have any Type 74 film. Or, 37 film. Which could make a couple of things rough, only because you want to save most of your 74 film for Kyrie. Family Master. Nothing there. Alright, well, let's head back. I might get away with not using that health. And I only say that because technically if I can make it back to the moon altar without taking any damage, then I think that's the end of the chapter. And if that's the end of the chapter, I think you start the next chapter with full health anyway. So I might get away. Oh, the luck ran out. We gotta deal with a broken neck. Oh, she's gonna be rude too. Oh, she's gonna be rude. Don't be like this. Goodbye. We almost got through the entire rest of the run without it. Unfortunately, she just loves this room specifically, and we had to go through it way too many times this run. Get her! Done, got. Honestly, I really do think I just made her so mad for skipping her the first time. We gonna get another lightning strike? No. And I also didn't have to waste a health item on that fight. That was one of the easier ones.
Down here?
The third mirror piece. Anything else in this room before I grab that? I almost never actually check. You know, there's a part of me that's honestly disappointed they changed the Broken Neck's design after this game. I actually prefer the head slumped over the back rather than on the shoulder. That's fair. It's a classic design, too. I mean, it's such a good design that it's literally the case. It's what they used for the American box art. Yeah. Hi, Kyrie. Are you going to kill us again? Don't worry, that rung will be perfectly fine by the time we get back. Thank you, Amuro, or whatever your name is. What is her name? I know she has a name. Now I'm curious. Fatal Frame 1 Ghosts. Because I know she has a name. Spirit List. Broken Neck, editor, assistant novelist, floating woman, wandering man. Girl pointing, young kitty. No, it is young kitty A. Maybe I'm thinking of the female ghost who helps you in the second game. Yeah, okay. The ghost that helps you in this is young kitty A. That's my bad. Kitty A, Final Night. I used the promotional art for the thumbnail. That's the they used the promotional art for the splash screens on some of these.
Are you?
Young Kyrie. The Koto. Just a regular Koto. There's nothing special about it. Am I supposed to play something? So we have to find the Koto music, which is like right on the other side of the room. Koto sheet music. But I think I could play it. So that would have been another thing you would need for the archipelago. So technically, if you were to do an archipelago, the only items you need are the camera, assuming that you could randomize it, the Koto music, Kyrie's hairpin, and the 3 pieces of the Holy Mirror. It's technically all you would need to beat the game. But you do need the Koto music in order to open the door, which I forgot about. Do, 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 do. This gets us into the rafters above the ceremony room. Light is shining in through the floor. Hey, we finally got attacked by a floating head. Herbal medicine. The unfortunate part is I definitely need to skip that fight because... Oh, is it not going to let me? It will. Okay. Oh, it won't. I am in the next room, but... Well, it still might. If I make it into the next room, it'll probably... Yeah, because I made it 2 rooms away. I am going to go back, though, because we had another cutscene we could have seen. That was just simply to just spawn her. Randomizes the camera obscura, fails to find it for 85% of the game, and can't find any of the ghosts. That is so real, though. That would be my luck. The thing is there's only so many checks you can do without the camera obscura because of the way that... I don't want to die. Just because of the way that some of the doors work, unfortunately, you'll have to get rid of the talisman. So, like, in the intro, you can get every item without needing the camera. I'm pretty sure. Because you pick up everything before killing the ghost, the tutorial ghost. So, if you wanted to do checks in the intro, then you totally could, that'd be fine. Yeah, I found out a fun fact. If you tap the square button, you actually go faster in this room, technically. She walks really slow, but if you tap the square button to run, it actually makes her go faster in this room. You have to type it just right, though. If you go too fast, then it doesn't work. Type 90 film. That's the only Type 90 film we found this entire goddamn run. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be able to find more. And unfortunately... Aha! Stone mirror! Yes! I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be able to find more Type 90. But that's why I've been saving all the Type 74. But yeah, there's actually very few checks you can do without the camera. Because in the intro, you can do pretty much everything. I don't think you need it for anything but the final ghost in that section. But in the first chapter, you can get as far as that first room, and then you will need it in order to get past the door in the opening. So essentially, you can do 2 checks. There are, what, 4 checks you can do in the first chapter without needing the camera. Now, if you could set the tatami mat in the opening to just be open and not require the camera, then that opens that up a lot more. So, like, in the opening bit, like, when you first run into young Kirie, and she points at the tatami mat, and then you take its picture, and then you're like, oh, there's a door behind here, and it's the tutorial for that. Like, if you could set that into the open state, then that would be fine. And I think it is pretty simple enough to put it into the open state. So you could get away with that. But unless you disabled all of the amulets, the talismans, and their ghost counterparts, unless you could disable all of those, then you would need the camera pretty dang quick in every single section. Because in the first level, you need it. You have maybe like 4 checks before you'll need it. Because you have the herbal medicine, and then the Ogata's ghost shows up, and he has like a more rope and another rope scrap piece that you can pick up. And if you randomize that scrap piece, then that's another check. And then you have the camera obscura check itself, the cutscene of her picking it up. And then I think there are 2 items in the fireplace room. 2 or 3 items there. So technically you'd only have like 5 or 6 actual pickups available in the first night. Before it, how rough would a setting be where each unique ghost becomes a check for other games? Well, that would actually be pretty easy. And I only say that because, let me read through this real quick. Today is the day I get to walk outside. I was walking in the mansion's atrium when he suddenly appeared from out of the guest room. It's the first time I've talked to an outsider since I came here. It was so much fun. He came to see me, he let me out of the room, and when we went outside, he taught me the names of all the flowers. Everything about this is so new to me. My face got hot again today, but I didn't want to hide this time. I put Cartier's diary in my file. Cartier's diary. He came to see me again today. The chief priest said we mustn't go out into the garden, so we just stayed in the room and talked. He told me so many interesting things about the outside world. I feel so happy when I'm with him. So very, very happy. I walked in the garden with him today. How beautiful the cherry blossoms are. He's taught me so much since we've met. I never even feel lonely anymore. So the reason, like, checks lock behind beating each time. Well, beating it might be more of a problem. Potentially. Potentially could be more of a problem. There is a flag in the RAM for when you have defeated a ghost. But when you actually take a photo of the ghost, it populates that information here. So, like, as you can see, the object of the photo is declared. So each ghost itself does in fact have to have an ID associated with it. And if you were checking that, like, what you could do is the latest photo is what the last item here. So the latest photo is slot 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we have? 7? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 24. So you can store 24 photos here. And if it's a standard array, that means it's slots 0 through 23, because in a standard array, that starts at 0. So this would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then assumedly, this would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, all the way up to 23 being in this one. So theoretically, if that is the case, then the last photo has the ID of the last ghost that you fought. So when it triggers the flag to say, hey, you defeated this ghost in the code, to, like, say, unlock doors and such, then you could check what the latest photo is when you defeated the ghost, and it would tell you which ghost you fought. Now, if it was just taking a picture of each ghost, each unique ghost, then that would instantaneously be fine, because when you take a photo of a ghost, it takes its ID and stores it here, so that you know what ghost you've taken a photo of. So every single photo, it checks immediately, and then you can have your client check to see what that ghost was. So yeah, assuming that it works the way that I just said, it would be extremely easy for there to be a hunt down all the ghost types category if you were able to do that. And you could very easily make a manual for that. Who's laughing? Looks like there's a diary on top of the old desk. Kitty-A's diary. The strangling ritual will be held soon. The master and the priest are performing their ablutions. And it looks like the whole family has gathered here at the mansion for the ritual. This mansion is usually so lonely, but for today anyway, it's bustling with life. One of the priests was staring at me today. He looked so sad. I'm the rope shrine maiden. I have a very important obligation to fulfill. But how can I perform my duty as the shrine maiden now, feeling the way that I do? Now that I've found out the true joy of living. And now that I've gone and gotten that poor man involved. And now we pick up Piece of the Holy Mirror under the Shinto Gate. A fourth piece! And the mirror is complete. One more piece and the mirror is complete. My apologies. So it's 5 pieces of mirror. My bad. Thought it was 4. Kirie's hairpin. I got a beautiful golden hairpin. Maybe it was Kirie's, that woman in the prison. And the guest happened to look like Mafoyu, the guy we've been chasing after this entire time. Which 100% explains why he's been able to wander around this mansion and not get attacked, mind you, without the camera. Because Kirie sees him as that person that she was fond of when she died. So despite the fact he didn't have a camera or anything, she's probably been telling all the other ghosts to fuck off. Kirie. And Mafoyu? No, it's not him. Maybe it's the man she loved when she was alive. Another old diary. While I was looking out the window today, I saw somebody walking in the garden. He didn't notice me. He was just walking around leisurely, gazing at the trees and hills. I saw him again today, walking at the garden. He saw me once, too, and waved to me. I don't know why, but my face got hot, and I ducked out of sight. When I told the chief priest about it, he was terribly surprised. He told me I wasn't to look out the window again for a while. I put Kirie's diary in my file. And this is actually, if I'm correct, the window you could see from out in the backyard. So that rare shot that you can get of this room, that's the person hanging out in that window. It was probably Kirie. Or some other rope shrine maiden of years past. Which means the backyard is in fact the garden she was referring to. Girl in white. Alright, and now we get to the fun bit. The chase segment. We're almost done with the game, fellas. It took a lot longer than I was expecting it to. I was expecting to be done in about 3 hours. But then again, I did go through and read all of the dialogue and everything again. So, Alright, we got a safe room here. We do not have a safe room here. Kirie's diary. It's been 5 days already since he stopped coming. When I asked about it, the chief priest told me he'd gone back to his home village. Why would he leave all of a sudden like that? Especially now, when I soon won't be able to see him anymore, at all. I had a dream about him. He was looking at me with sad eyes. Such sad eyes. His eyes looked like they wanted to tell me something. He didn't go home. The priest did something to him. But why? I put the file in my diary. And I put the diary in my file. Another one. The priests hid him because they thought I wouldn't have been able to properly be the shrine maiden otherwise. What did I get him into? It's all my fault. I just wanted to be with him. I wanted us to be together forever and ever. It's all I wanted. Didn't want him to get hurt. Put it in my file. Now we must continue running because I did not trigger the event to not get massacred in the middle of all that. Door is nailed shut, so we'll have to return this way. Anything over here? Now, we did get another stone mirror, which is good, because that would have been bad otherwise. Alright, so we came back this way. I believe we need to be heading towards the moon shrine. So our next goal is to come down this way. And through here. And down the ladder. Sacred water. Anything else in here? Obviously the mirror piece there, but I think we also get a save point. Yes. Alright, this is the final chug. We're at the 5-hour mark. There's a place in front of the mummy for inserting something. Kyria's hairpin? Of course. And we can go through here. Sacred ropes are around the stone pillar. Anything? Nope. Alright. So we have a couple more scripted events up here. We're gonna have a fight with 2 ghosts. I think we get the floating man, wandering man, and the floating woman ghost. The long-haired woman. And then we have to deal with 2 shrine maiden ghosts. She is extremely cute. It's another reason that I really wish they would remaster this game. Miku is adorable. By far my favorite protagonist in the Fatal Frame series. Like, don't get me wrong, Mio and, what's her name, Moyu, from the second game are extremely cute. And, oh god, I can't even remember her name from the third game. Who's the protagonist of the third game again? I can't remember her name. But she definitely gives off a more of a mature vibe, which I can appreciate. Now that I'm definitely older. Ray, that's what it was, you're right. I'm hoping so in the future as well. I mentioned it earlier, but I was kind of hoping that instead of getting a remaster of the second game, that we would have gotten like a remastered... Come on! Bruh! Hold up. Hold up. I was hoping we'd get like a remastered trilogy of the original 3. Get away. Christ. But unfortunately that wasn't the case. I think 2 deserves it, but we've gotten a lot of remakes of 2. They are bullying me! We've gotten quite a few remakes of 2, so I was kind of hoping that we'd see a remake of the first game, because it has just been so long. And if you were wanting to reintroduce the franchise to a new group of people, it would definitely be cool to remaster the first game. I wouldn't even do a remake, I'd do a remaster. It could be exactly the same, just with updated visuals. Before you use notes, dear Miku, I know it's weird, but I see you sometimes here in the mansion. I run after you, but I always end up losing sight of you. There must be some kind of warp in time here now. We'll probably never be able to find each other. Were you worried about me? Is that why you came? I hope you get this note. I need you to help me. The force behind the curse of Himuro Mansion is a woman named Kyrie. She was sacrificed in a ritual, and her sad spirit was exposed to the malice that spilled out of hell when the calamity happened. Now she's a miserable creature that taints everything she comes into contact with. Apparently, I remind her of a man she was in love with. I somehow just knew that when she touched me. I planned on going to see her now. If I don't, this mansion will keep right on claiming victims. Kyrie laments her ill-fated life, but at the same time, she also regrets not having been able to fulfill her duty as the Shrine Maiden. I saw the image of Kyrie as a child. She was looking for somebody to help her other tortured self. Kyrie is like a person divided in two. Miku, I want you to help Kyrie if you can. You have to seal off the Hellgate with the Holy Mirror. I put Mafoyu's note in my file. I always loved the originals. The vibe those games gave me, well, when I was little. I 100% agree. What actually got me into playing Fatal Frame was the 4-player podcast video from Fatal Frame 3, where the guy was wandering. He had to go through that whole, like, basement bit where it's just a crawl space, and he was freaking out from that. And I saw that video, and I was like, yeah, no, I need to play this game. And that's when I got the first game. And I have just loved the series ever since. Remaster, like the remaster. Yeah, I 100% stand a remaster. Maybe with some bits added. And what I mean by that is, like, new costumes. Or, like if you were to do a costume, have the original model of Miku as one of those options, as kind of like a retro costume mode. But that's what I mean, like, with additions. Like, don't change anything about the main game other than visuals. And then throw in little haha gags as little extra. I think that would be really, really cool. And I'd rather have a remaster than a remake. Now, if you did do a remake, that would be fine. Like, if they were going to do this in the vein of the Resident Evil remakes. Like, the Resident Evil remakes were really, really good. Like, I could see them doing a remake in that vein. So, like, since they did do a remake of 2, maybe doing a remake of 1 and 3. But once again, that's another situation where they started with, like Resident Evil Remake, you got Resident Evil 2 Remake, and then 3 Remake, and 4 Remake. And the next one's Veronica, which I'm glad Veronica's finally getting a remake. As much as I love the Dreamcast and the PS2, that one definitely could have used it. And I think it'll play very well to the new style. I just enjoy the cryptic content in these games. Yeah.
Stop.
Nope.
No!
In a remake, probably these would be it. This is true. This is true.
No.
I'm worried that if they were to do a complete remake, they might try and dive more into the, like, jump scare type of horror, rather than psychological and like the slow burn effect. Because I think these games definitely are built upon the, like, slow burn of, especially with the first game. The first game, you slowly get to see the mansion trying to, like, rebuild itself throughout the game. And it's just kind of a slow burn on realizing exactly what's going on in the mansion. And I feel like if it was a remake, unfortunately, they kind of think we're probably dumb. And would shove the plot more in your face rather than it being like a slow kind of temporary or over time kind of an experience that you're getting from the files. I think they would try and shove it in your face way too quickly. You got another herbal medicine. Have you ever played Labyrinth of the Demon King? That does not sound familiar now. Got another spirit stone. Camera. Can I upgrade any further before this final fight? We can go either max value or range. I think in this case we'll probably want to do max value. It's lovely camera and movement's so limited. In a remake these would be enhanced for sure. This is true. It wasn't actually until I played it this time, which is dumb because they tell you in the literal first note in the game. You can speed up your camera movement by holding square. I didn't know that. I probably just skipped over that fact when I first played it, and I just never reread that note after having played the game the first time. Oh, she's being rude. Come on. There we go. 3 hits. Yeah, I've actually still not played the 4th and 5th game in the series, so I'm replaying through these now, and I'm thinking by around October, for Spooky Month, I'll probably end up playing 4 for the first time, and that'll be fun. I've been thinking about the camera Mom left us. I know it was Mom's, and she left it to us when she died, but it used to belong to Grandma Makoto! That's the connection. Okay. I couldn't remember that. Okay, so Grandma Makoto. Makoto was Ryozo and Yue's daughter. Makoto got kidnapped, but she appeared like 3 days later, after her parents died. So then Makoto goes away, gets adopted, and that she passed down the camera to Gotcha. So that's why Yae looks so close to that's why Yae looks so close to Miku's mom. That's what it was. That whole bit was confusing because I didn't remember her being related. You enjoy the Japanese vibe. Maybe the Labyrinth of Demon King will because you have all these PS1 graphics and you're inside a Japanese castle that is haunted. That does sound interesting. I'm gonna write that one down. Because, yeah, I absolutely love retro vibes. 90% of the games that I play are PS2 and before, honestly. Yeah, she would be. That would be her, what, great-great-grandmother? Or great-grandmother? Yeah, I just completely forgot that plot point. Alright, so we have Labyrinth of the Demon. Yeah, I'll have to look into that one. It does not sound familiar, but I do like my Japanese setting, and I do like a good retro horror crawl. So, if it's anything like that, I will enjoy it. Alright. In some documents I found here in the mansion, there were notes about a little girl named Makoto, the same name as our grandmother, finding a camera with an uncanny power. And then I found out that Makoto's mother, the folklorist's wife, died the very same way Mom did. I have played Siren, and Siren is really fun. I actually just played Siren 2 3 months ago, and it's even better than the original Siren. Mom was no match for the ghostly power of that camera. It drove her mad, and she had to leave this world. Now, if that camera is the same one Makoto's mother had... Anyway, I don't know all the specifics, but I'm pretty sure that camera is strongly connected to the curse on this mansion. I put Mifuyu's note in my file. Fair enough. And now, I believe we should be at the Kirie fight. Let's see if she wants to cooperate, because honestly, I've not been having the best of luck. Oh, and we will want to go ahead and swap to the good stuff. I like Siren, but when I played it the first time, I got confused. I was very young. Yeah, no, I could understand that. Siren 2 fixes that issue, because Siren 1's loop system is... It doesn't explain exactly what you need to be looking out for on your second run. And that definitely becomes an issue. But with Siren 2... it gives you your first objective, and then it tells you what the second objective is. It doesn't tell you how to achieve it, but it does tell you what that objective is, which is better than Siren 1, where it was like, here's the level again. And that's all the information it gave you. So yeah, the first time I played through it, I was also very confused. I actually was introduced to it when it released on the PS4 store. But then I bought the PS3 version because I went to college. I didn't have a PS4 with me. So I got the original PS2 version on PS3 when it was on the PSN store. What about Kuon? It's very artistic too. All the game happens inside a big Japanese castle infested with demons. Kuon is actually on my to-do list, and I have that one coming in the next couple weeks, I think. So I will actually be playing that one really soon. I've heard that one's mixed. It has mixed reviews, but I like a good survival horror game. So I'm gonna try it anyway. Because honestly, a lot of the games that have like mixed reviews tend to end up being really good. And I don't know, I'm willing to give most things benefit of the doubt. I've played some really quote-unquote bad games that I've just really enjoyed. Like, for the longest time, I actually really enjoyed Sonic 06, even though it received a lot of hate, especially around when it originally released. But since then, we've seen how bad Sonic games can actually be. All of these are short games compared to Fatal Frame. Oh, interesting, okay. I figured Kuon would be about the same length, so that's actually interesting. Okay, the Kyrie fight. Please cooperate. She's not cooperating. She's not cooperating. I can't exactly remember how this fight's supposed to go. Oh, camera's shaking. Oh, come on. That didn't work. There we go. That's a 0 shot. Atmosphere 100% Japanese folklore. That does sound interesting. I'm looking forward to it. That's literally all I know about the game, is I saw like a basic gameplay trailer to see how it was. So, I don't know anything else about the game other than the basic setting. And I'm really looking forward to it, because I've not had a new PS2 survival horror game to play in a hot minute. Oh, she's behind me. Quit shaking the room. I'm trying to exercise you. There you go. There we go. All the details, like the fans. The fan art instruments, like Kodo, for example, the dolls. The last mirror piece was in the camera all along. It's the mirror.
It's the last piece of the mirror.
Gotta run over there and grab it. Now I have all the pieces. It's the holy mirror. I feel strong spiritual power coming from the mirror. I need to use it to seal the gate. And then we run over here and boom. I actually really like the Kodo bit inside this game as well. It's very, very short, but I thought it was a very nice and relaxing theme, despite the horror of the game.
Mafuyu, thank goodness.
It's okay now, Kirie.
Don't forget your duty.
And it is sealed.
My duty is to keep this gate closed. Leave this gate to me. The rest of you, hurry and escape.
But what about you?
I must stop the calamity, or else it will happen again. Don't worry about me. You must go. Mafuyu, come on!
Miku. I must stay.
What
I
are you
must.
saying?
I think I can help her. Miku, you go on without me. Miku. The whole time Kirie was guiding me, I could hear her screaming. Screaming for help. As the Rope Shrine Maiden, she was destined to seal the gate. Yet she also wanted to be with the one she loved. But she couldn't have both, and was being torn apart by those two feelings, which resulted in the calamity. Her spirit was touched by the malice, and she became a creature that wanted to make others suffer as she had. Now free of the malice, she is about to fulfill her duty as the Rope Shrine Maiden. Her soul must remain here, keeping this gate sealed off for all eternity. All alone. Endless pain. As long as she is free of pain, as long as she is not left hopeless, I wish to be by her side. Miku.
Mafuyu.
Yeah, I think there's like 2 other alternate endings. One where Mafoyu leaves, and one where the ghost
Their souls are all going
of
back to where they
her
belong.
past lover shows up and Mafoyu leaves. Both of those happen. Although I think one of those is an Xbox
Miku.
exclusive.
I now realize why I was brought here. And I will accept this destiny of mine. Miku, thank you for everything.
Such a good ending, though. And yeah, it is the canonic version, because I think,
Ever since that day, I stopped seeing things that other people don't see.
in the 3rd game, I believe she mentions that this all happened. Such a good game, though. Did you know that Miku and Mafuyu had a... What? No, I didn't. Is that mentioned in, like, 5? I think she pops up in 5. I don't think it's mentioned in 3. Like, how would that even happen? The implication there is that they had a kid before this game happened. It is a really, really good game. I prefer this one over the second game, although I will say that the second game overall probably is better. So I would hear that argument, but I just like how this one is, it hits all the main points. It's really good. I would say that I probably like the first, third, and then the second. Yeah, the Japanese voice acting was really good for this one as well. Rank C. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I definitely could have done a lot better. But it's been like 6 years since I played it. So it was really good to come and revisit it. 5 hours and 19 minutes. There was a rumor, yeah. I remember because in America they decided to add the whole based on a true story. And although that's true, it's only based on some like folk tales around, not like an actual event that happened. And then there was like an actual, if I remember correctly, the mansion itself was based, that part is true. It was like based off of the ruins of a mansion that you can find in, I want to say, southwest Japan? Unless that part was fabricated as well. But they were basically in America when they were trying to market this game. They were like, oh yeah, Blair Witch was popular, let's just make it based off of a true story. Don't mind the ranks, we enjoy the beautiful plot. This is true. This is true. I was just expecting to do a little bit better. Unfortunately, I got kind of caught up in Night 2 after the Yae fight. I completely forgot what I was supposed to do after that. So I went to every other room in the mansion except for the doll room to continue that section of the game. To get the angry mask. Battle mode is now added. Sound test function is now added. And we did get our first special function. Right on. And we'll go back to the title screen. Yeah, an absolutely great game. And if we load into our file, if I remember correctly, it lets us choose a couple of different things. Yeah, we can go back into story mode, battle mode. We can enter sound test mode. So yeah. Battle mode is essentially like, if you remember in Resident Evil 5, there was like the Mercenaries mode, where you basically, they throw a whole bunch of ghosts at you, and then, you just have to clear them. I can do a battle mode real quick. You get ranks depending on how well you do. Oh yeah, and we got the costume system, although I don't think I've unlocked a new costume. Camera setting. Can I power it up? We have 10,000 points. No. No, but we might have... It said we unlocked a special function, didn't we? Zoom enhance. For 80,000 points. I don't think so. Photograph. Save. Mission select. Here we go. So we have mission 1, best time 10 minutes, the editor's ghost. So yeah, if I'm correct, it should just throw one ghost at us and have you fight him. And your goal is to get as many points and do it as quickly as possible. Goodbye. Mission clear. What was my favorite ghost? Ooh, that is a good question. My least favorites. In the second game, you have Woman in a Box. That one scares me. I don't like that one. And then the third game, you have that one ghost that like falls from the ceiling. There's like a spiral stairwell, and it has that like high pitched screech as it falls to the ground in that stairwell. That ghost I don't quite like, mostly because the high pitched screech gets me every single time. I always get anxiety going into that specific room. But yeah, it's just a mission mode. It throws a handful of ghosts at you, and it expects you to do that. As far as my favorite ghost in the game, I would have to say, specifically in this one, it would be the Blinded Maiden, because I love quoting the my eyes line a lot. So if I had to pick a favorite ghost from the first game, it would definitely be the Blinded Maiden. Yeah, I don't know if I can actually show it off here. But if I can, I'll try and open up the debug and show off the... They actually added Type 7 film into the game. Wonder where's the inventory? Let me see here. Because I think that's actually a really cool point. Yeah, we don't. Oh, we do have a special costume. Hold on. Show that off a little bit.
I wonder how long it's been since my brother and I
Where is the
began to see
inventory?
things other people can't see.
That's fog, enemy light, search models, room, name, room ID.
Brother. He was so sweet.
Here
and
is
kind.
inventory.
He was the only one I could open up to about
Wake.
these visions. After our mother died, he was my only family.
This is Himuro Mansion.
That's the array of doors. Yeah, they have an array in the global RAM of what doors are available in their lock state. So, if you wanted to make an archipelago, that definitely would be possible if you went through and unlocked individual doors. But the issue is it also has an array of events. And the event array is what would prevent that from happening. Okay, there is an item array here. Load data, info, room pass, doors, another door array, find work, no. Find work, I believe, was the array, map item dat. No, map item is what items are available in what room. Item map. That might be it. Oh, clicked the wrong thing. 1. No. But you can affect a whole bunch of random things in here. Like you can set the tremble. Like you can make the screen shake and stuff like that. Item sort. Ah! Hold on. This might be it. Item. So we got 6 herbal medicines. If I go in here, I could probably change that to what, like 30. And I don't have 30 items, so it got mad. Change that back to 6. So that's where it's sorted. Where is the actual items? Where's my inventory? Should have it. Maybe in the future they will release a Fatal Frame with before use travels. That would be interesting. Like a Fatal Frame. That could be one of the additions that they could add to a remake potentially, is like a Mafoyu mode. Mafoyu story. Like you beat the game, and then after you've beat the game, you go through and you've unlocked Mafoyu mode. And it just shows what he was doing in the mansion. And because he loses the camera immediately, you wouldn't be able to fight ghosts. Floor exists. MC color. There is an item inventory. There's the animations. Overlap. Save message. Textures. Start P-base. For object work? No. Now I can't find it. Band name, movie. That's a slot that determines what animation plays after, when it triggers a scene. Oh, come on. Events, thunder position, pause. Game timer. I used to have this saved when I was trying to make an archipelago randomizer for this. Now, of course, I can't find it anywhere. Order keep. Flash. Now, it should be called like ITM underscore something. Item AP. See, I don't think it's item AP. Is it? It's 110000. Maybe it is item I. But that's only ones and ones. If that were the case, actually, is there a player? Player work. Hold on. This is probably it. Yeah, here we go. So that's 6. What if I change that to 7? There we go. Okay, I found the item menu now. So, if I'm correct, set that to 1. Yeah, there's type 7 film inside the original game. Nearly worn out film. It has almost no exorcismal power. So despite the fact that this is not found in the game, and you cannot physically pick it up or use it in this game, it was technically available in the game and coded into the game. They just never ended up using it. And this wouldn't get used until Fatal Frame 2, with it being the weakest film in that game. Instead, the weakest film in this game is 14. So, that's just a charming little thing to point out. I think it's kind of neat. I didn't find that out until I was trying to go through here and figure out the possibilities of doing like an archipelago. Because yeah, they have a pos_item section in the debugger, and in that section you can add the items in that you need. But unfortunately, it's all yes, they are very peculiar. Like even if I went in and added in like the brass key and everything like that, the game is actually more event-based rather than item-based. So until you get the event to trigger properly, the like door upstairs that uses the brass key requires like 4 different flags to be tripped before it will actually register as open so that Miku can go through it. It's just weird stuff like that. But, anywho, I think that'll just about do it. So, it was really fun to revisit this game, because it had been a hot minute since I had. I might try and throw on Fatal Frame 2 sometime, maybe next weekend or so. I'm gonna be pretty busy this coming up week, so unfortunately I really won't have time to do anything. But if I do play Fatal Frame 2 next weekend, I'll try and schedule it out if I'm positive that I'll be able to. So we'll just have to see. But I do thank you guys for coming and watching. It's always a good time. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.